First on our agenda is the Lower Smoky Hill Water Supply Access District meeting. That would usually be chaired by Commissioner Davis. He's going to miss this and may miss study session. I just got a phone call from him. There's some things came up at the hospital, so I believe we'll turn it over to Tom. I believe he gets to do the honors today.
You ready?
I think so. Is your microphone on?
Yes. How's that?
Sounds like it.
Okay. I'll call the meeting to order of the Lower Smoky Hill Supply Access District. First thing we'll do is we'll have roll call.
Trent Davis, Tom Toll,
Here.
Carl Esping, Carl Ryan,
Here.
Mike Hoppick,
Here.
Greg Linkowitz, Bill Longbine.
Here.
Okay.
I do believe we need to verify that the Kansas Open Meeting Act notice has been given.
I'm sorry.
Verifying that.
You on, Mike?
Oh, shoot. I keep thinking the red button's off. I'm sorry. I should know. It's only been that way for how long now? Months.
It's required. No, proper. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Request the staff confirmation that the Kansas Open Meetings Act required notice has been properly provided.
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay, we've had roll call. There's no public hearing, so we'll have approval of minutes.
I move we approve the minutes as presented from October 17th, 2022.
Second.
Have a motion to approve the minutes of October 17th, 2022, and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? New business. That would be the next meeting. And so it's May 1st, 8th, or 15th.
I'm entirely open to any of those dates and whatever the other commissioners can decide.
I'm out the 1st, but it doesn't matter. But
No, stop. You need to be here.
I need to be here. Oh, we can't do it the 1st.
City staff have any preference?
I don't believe we do. I'll defer to Martha Tasker if you know of anything.
No preference.
Okay.
Do the
Somebody
8th.
flip a coin.
Let's do the 8th.
Do the 8th. Next meeting will be held May 8th in this building.
Do we need a motion to set that?
Oh, we should have a motion for that.
So moved.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded that the next meeting will be May 8th. Any discussion? All approve, say aye.
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 Motion carried. And what?
This one.
Oh, I need to approve the budget.
No, you need to say another one.
Oh, okay. The next, I see, there's more meetings. July 10th, 17th, or 24th of 2023. Oh, public hearing on the 2024 budget.
I'm open to all of those.
I'm gonna move we schedule July 17th, right in the middle.
I'll second that.
And then we'll have approval of the 2024 budget and election of officers. I'm sorry I didn't, I'm a little slow coached.
We kind of threw you into this. You weren't prepared. So.
Was there any
We have a
preferences?
Motion a second.
We had a motion. We had a motion and a second for the 17th.
Okay. Any more discussion? If not, all in favor of July 17th, say aye.
Aye.
Motion's approved, so we're meeting on July 17th. You'll have to forgive me. I am 3/4 deaf and can't hear much else, so it's just I'm getting there. We have some unfinished business or other business, and we'll let Martha talk.
Okay. Thought I might let you know that they've drained down Canopolis Lake to roughly 1460, which is 3 feet below the conservation pool. to actually place the riprap on the dam. They've been planning for this for several months, and all the riprap came in the middle of January. Their contract allows them to keep the water level down to 1460 or 3 feet below conservation through March 30th. And they anticipate having all of their work done by then. March 31st, they'll begin filling the lake again and go back to hopefully high flows in April so we can get back up to what they like to do is carry the lake at about elevation 1467.5, which is roughly 4 feet over the conservation pool. What's unique to the conservation pool, if it goes below that, it only flows out the gate. Above that, there's a V-notch weir that lets some flow out and also can go out through the gate should they choose. So they've been planning to do the work probably since last, I'd say, September or later, but they just didn't get their materials in. So just wanted to bring you up to date on that if you hear anything about the lake elevation being pulled down.
The weather in the way of them?
No, they're planned for that. They're laying out their large rock, and they can actually, if some rain comes in, they can allow the water to increase about a foot, and it would, they could still do the work that they're doing. So I don't think there's any issues with, unless we get a lot of heavy rain, and then that'll take some different efforts, but that usually is more into the month of April. Questions? More? Okay. That's all I have.
If it doesn't rain by May 15th meeting, we will also be having a prayer meeting here for rain at that time. So all of us need that lake to be full. If there's nothing else, I'll entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and second that we adjourn. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye, we're adjourned.
Okay, we have a study session scheduled for 2:15, so it is currently about 2:09, so we'll call the meeting back to order at 2:15 for study session. Okay, it's 2:15. We're going to call to order the City Commission study session for January 23rd. Today, our study is on Public Works Waste Reduction Study and Recycling Survey, and I'm going to turn it over to Jim.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, I'm only here for introductions, but I do want to take this opportunity to say that 2023, I think the City of Salina is poised for quite a bit of success in solid waste reduction in general. For instance, I was recently invited to participate with the KDHE, who is applying for a state to federal non-competitive grant program called Solid Waste Infrastructure for Recycling, or SWIFR. And that grant opportunity is going to focus on probably two primary main categories, being post-consumer materials management, or what we refer to as waste reduction strategies, and environmental justice. All of that is kind of under the heading of sustainability and sustainable materials management. The reason that I bring that up is because they are intending to use Salina's model from, if you think about this, we started this over a year ago with a functional needs analysis and the 5-year review of our solid waste management plan. And that resulted in the waste characterization study and now the waste reduction strategies. And the state sees the value in this model, so they intend to fund 3 additional waste characterization studies in the state of Kansas. And then they plan on making about 20 to 25 visits to recycling centers across Kansas and look for commonalities throughout small, medium, and large MSW landfills for ways to create opportunity for waste reduction. So it's pretty exciting that our process has been sort of acknowledged by the state, and they intend to carry that forward. The second thing I wanted to point out to you is tomorrow we'll be meeting with the Pollution Prevention Institute from K-State. The operations manager, Jim Kowach, and I will be meeting with them here, and we're going to be focusing on industrial waste reduction. They want to take a look at our waste characterization study, look at the numbers, and see if they can make recommendations to our landfill engineering consultant about ways to reduce industrial waste in the Salina landfill. So I find that to be very exciting. With that, I would like to take the opportunity to introduce the city staff that's here. The operations manager, Jim Kowach, the landfill superintendent and sanitation superintendent are both present. The E3 coordinator is here, and Dr. Phil Black from the Zero Waste Initiative is here. In addition to that, the presentation will be made by Renee Trenshaw and Krista Long, both from SCS Engineers, who are our landfill engineering consultants. And with that, I'll turn it over to Renee. Thank you.
Hi. Can you guys hear me okay? Do I need to talk louder?
I need to speak up just a little
Just a little bit more? Is that better? All right. Thank you guys for having me. Thank you. So I am going to talk a little bit about the waste reduction strategy project that Jim mentioned. If you'd like to go ahead and do like a wave. Is that good? Okay. A quick overview of what we'll be going over for this project update. We'll give a little bit of background. Jim mentioned most of it already, so I'll kind of gloss over that just a little bit. An introduction to the project, an overview of it. We'll also talk a little bit about where we're at and the status of this project, both from a technical component of it and also the public engagement side of things. Kind of a little bit of a snapshot of what the rest of the 2023 schedule looks like, and then open it up for questions. All right. So the Jim mentioned that about a year ago, this project kind of started with a waste and recyclables characterization. Kind of in conjunction with that, the Solid Waste Management Committee looked at setting some goals. They had set some goals to have zero waste by 2050, and they also established a stakeholder group. Those were the two goals that they set. And in 2022, Jim mentioned that the solid waste management update was due to KDHE, and the Zero Waste Initiative group also was established. Mr. Phil Black is here for that group. And in conjunction with that, at the city level, there was also the city aimed to help support the zero waste by 2050. So they set a definition for what zero waste actually is and what that means to you, so that there's a goal for how, like if we're gonna start talking about this item, what does that actually mean to you? We did and completed a waste and recyclables characterization in 2022 that looked at residential and industrial and commercial waste, and also the recyclables coming in through the Salina, the SDRC. And we've started kind of this waste reduction strategy project. So taking the information from the waste and recyclables characterization, the question was, cool, we have this information, what do we do with this now? How can we make this useful? And that's kind of led into this waste reduction strategies project. So first thing I just want to bring up is the city's definition of zero waste, which is defined as a philosophy that promotes reuse, recycling, and conservation programs, and also emphasizes sustainability for the entire life cycle of products. So we're talking about how can we better use our resources that we have? What kind of things can we take away as a community to better use what we have? As the landfill consultant also, we do a lot of stuff with the landfill. The city has a landfill. How can we conserve that landfill to last as long as possible? By reducing trash, you also keep, you can extend the life of that landfill for how long it's useful for your community by decreasing the waste going into it.
Quick question?
Yes.
I don't think this will throw you offline. Jim mentioned state wanted to do some other studies. Where do we fit in to the group of communities that are in the county? Are we medium-sized, or are we a larger community when it comes to the type and the characterization of the waste we have? Is our industrial waste more or less for a community our size? As we go through this, I'm trying to have the perspective of,
Sure.
you know, how we compare with Topeka or Olathe, or just both in terms of the size of our town, but also the composition of the people contribute in the waste.
In terms of size, there are certainly landfills that are much larger than Salina's further east. We produce about 95,000 tons a year, roughly. Or we take in about 95,000 tons. We're not considered small. Those are the small arid landfills. So the small landfills are those that you find in western Kansas. So I think if you would put us in a category, we would be in a medium, in a medium size. And I'm sorry, I didn't know if there was another part of the question.
You know, and is there anything about our particular community in terms of industrial waste that, you know, throws medium, you know, with some special asterisks on it?
Yes, absolutely. The Pollution Prevention Institute pointed out that they had been looking at Salina with interest because while we are that medium-sized city, we have a great deal of industrial manufacturing in the city. So the opportunities for capturing that category of waste is very large. In fact, one of the slides that you'll see later that Renee will talk about shows the amount of waste that remains that is potentially divertible. And that's something that I had mentioned to the state, that I think as they do that Swiffer grant study, that they consider that across the state of Kansas, because the idea, if you think about it, if we can get, I'll just make up an example where a trucking firm that specializes in a particular kind of industrial waste, and they can identify the location and the amounts of waste that may exist within all of the 18 MSW landfills throughout Kansas. Then now that helps them determine whether or not they can build a business plan around that and find out if there's a way that we can do something statewide. So while this is while the state initiative is starting out purely as waste characterization studies, again, one of the things that we emphasized to them, and the Bureau Director was very grateful for that, but that we continue the stakeholder group to capture what lessons learned. And I likened it to exactly what Renee is presenting to you now, how that we are doing waste reduction strategies. If we're going to look at post-consumer materials management across the state, then we're going to have to do follow-up once we have the data, because the data is good and you have to have the data first, but it's only good if you do something with it.
So, while we're kind of at a pause, if I could jump in, we as a group have talked about the waste characterization study a lot, and I think we all know what that term means. But for listeners that may not be familiar with that, you might just give a quick synopsis of what our waste characterization study was to gather the data.
Would you like to do that, Renee, or do you want me to? Either way is fine.
The waste characterization data that we did.
What we actually did to gather the data. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Is familiar with that.
Okay. So we did kind of three things. We had a physical waste sort, so there was a bunch of trash. We did some number crunching to figure out how to collect a representative sample that was representative of trash for the Salina landfill, and we physically sorted it. We went through and opened up trash bags and a big table at the landfill with a lot of support from the city, and we picked out and categorized waste into, do you remember how many categories? 40.
Yeah, I believe it was
43 or 42.
43.
So we looked at different types of plastic, different types of paper, different types of food waste, textiles. We looked at this wide range of items, categorized them into bins and weighed them and came up with percentages for what we thought, based off of this little snapshot in time, what kind of trash the Salina landfill was receiving from a residential standpoint and from a municipal solid waste standpoint. So more like what you're getting from businesses, from restaurants, from households. We also looked at, we did visual characterization of some of the C&D waste, so stuff that's coming in from certain select industries and from select businesses, demolition companies, things like that. We had them dump a big load. We went around and we tried to estimate about what percentage of that load was, I think we had 20 different categories, so pallets, different types of pipes, concrete, rocks, that sort of thing. And then the third one we did is we did a recyclable sort from the material from the SDRC, the Salina Drive-Through Recycling Center. And similar to the physical waste sort, we had all of these different bins and we separated out to look at contamination rate. So what was the city, people that are participating in the SDRC, what does that contamination look like? What type of materials seem to be tricky materials, or what is causing issues? So what are some potential targeted areas for education? And also just overall, what are they bringing? Is it primarily cardboard? Are we talking oodles and oodles of special types of plastic? Just to get a better feel for what that material is. That's a long-winded answer. Does that help?
Well, thank you. For those that weren't already familiar with that, I think that says a lot.
Is there anything else to add to that?
I would just say it was, I think at one point we probably had 20 to 25 people sorting that waste. All of the containers they did tear weights on the containers so that we just had the pure weight of the material. And every one of those was weighted and documented so that in the end we could say this category of waste, of the 43 categories for solid waste, this represents X percentage of the total waste at the Salina landfill. And then the longer term goal for that is to say what are the sources of this waste? Is there waste that is salvageable? For instance, the cardboard, If there is a way to capture some of that cardboard before it comes to the landfill or as it's coming to the landfill, once it's mixed with trash, it gets wet, it gets contaminated, and its use declines to almost zero. But if we can, through not only city staff efforts, but also the Zero Waste Initiative, target those industries, those businesses, those producers of that cardboard, as an example. You could also say that with glass and certain plastics. Then we stand a much better chance of being able to capture that waste and put it back into the sustainable side of recyclables management.
Any other questions on that one? So, taking all this information from the waste and recycle, thanks, Jim. Thanks. Taking all this information from the waste and recyclables characterization, the next step was, how do we use this information and make it useful? How do we take this and apply this to make it something that we can work towards that zero waste philosophy by 2050? And so the Waste Reduction Strategies project came out of that. I'm gonna try not to just like read the slide, but there was 3 main takeaways from that. And how do we make this reasonable, actionable, and measurable so that we can make sure that we're not just giving things to you that, like our pie in the sky, like that's great, it works for the East Coast or the West Coast, but this is Midwest, we don't have X, Y, or Z, that's not realistic. So what is something that we can give you, or what can you guys start doing now to start taking steps towards encouraging this philosophy within the city and within your communities and within businesses in the area? We selected targeted waste streams from the waste and recyclables sort characterization, and we looked at targeting the big items. So if, I think food waste was like 14% of the MSW waste, municipal solid waste is MSW. MSW waste coming into the landfill, how do we make that better? That's a big number. That's heavy, that's a big number. That's a lot of food that's getting thrown away. How much of that's usable? What can we do to help divert some of that or prevent it from entering into the landfill? So we looked at waste streams that we thought would have a high impact, something that existed within your local programs already. So with the Salina Drive-Through Recycling Center, you already are targeting certain types of plastic, certain types of cardboard, certain types of metals. What can we do to help increase some of those existing programs as well? So here's a quick snapshot. I know we talked about the waste and recyclables characterization, so we're gonna just like take a look at it. And this is kind of the overall look at what the residential and commercial and institutional waste coming into the landfill is. This is a breakdown kind of on a big picture basis of what that looks like. Paper was a biggie, plastic was a biggie, yard waste and food waste were kind of some of your big ones on there. All right, next one. And for this project, we said, that's really great information, but how do we digest that a little bit differently? And so we've looked at it from a recyclable, potentially divertible, and this is like great, but you can't do much with it, so we're not gonna like pay attention to it. At this point in time, there's not much that we're gonna do with it. So these are some preliminary numbers, and I've thrown up some numbers here. Please keep in mind that just because it says potentially divertible or it's recyclable, that category is recyclable, but sometimes you will not be able to achieve 0% in a recyclable category. For instance, a pizza box, you can't recycle the greasy part of a pizza box, but you can recycle the clean part. So while there's certain things that you can do to target and improve recyclables, I wouldn't, with this information, I would not expect 0. So we think that currently there's about 19% of recyclable materials, potentially recyclable materials that are going into the landfill, up to, let me rephrase that, up to 19%. And then we think that of the tonnage and waste going in there, about 50%, 52%, so about 30,000 tons, we think is something that's potentially divertible. So there's the potential there for some of that material to find a new home. That's not the landfill. That's not using up valuable airspace. That could have another home to go to.
I got a question.
Yep. I'm not surprised on that one. Go ahead.
AA batteries, do they go in the landfill, or can they be recycled? I know batteries have been an issue the lithium batteries with the fires and such.
Larry, what do you want done with lithium-ion batteries?
Unfortunately, all batteries can go into the landfill, but we would like to refuse the lithium-ion batteries, if at all possible. And that would take some sort of code of ordinance to make that happen.
And that's even like my hearing aid batteries.
They are do you know why? They like explode under certain conditions.
Could you repeat what he said
Oh,
for
I'm
the
sorry.
public? No.
Larry said
so-
that technically that the landfill will take them, but he would really prefer them not be accepted at the landfill. And I'm contributing that's because it becomes a fire issue. They have the potential to explode under certain conditions, and it becomes a problem.
So the gist of my question, though, is the AA batteries.
AA batteries?
Alkalines are fine. Alkalines are fine.
Alkaline batteries are fine.
There's nothing to recycle there. Is that correct?
No, they're, go ahead.
Correct. They're going to end up in a landfill. I did want to point out, though, that the lithium batteries, especially to everyone watching, we want to make sure that people know this, that they can go to the HHW where they are recycled. We would just like to prevent them from being in our landfill because they are the primary cause of landfill fires. And as you know, that is a pretty significant thing for Salina. We've lost several pieces of equipment due to fires, and it is not uncommon for landfill staff to be called out by ever watchful neighbors or the sheriff's office or someone indicating that the landfill has once again caught on fire. And it's primarily due to lithium-ion batteries. If you think about it, we're driving over that waste with a landfill compactor whose goal it is to crush that waste as much as possible to use the usable airspace in that landfill as efficiently as possible. That and lithium batteries do not go well together, so we'd like to keep them out of the landfill.
And HHW is the household hazardous waste facility on
Elm.
Elm.
Correct.
Yep.
Thank you.
Actually, I have a question. Kind of a good segue. We're talking about batteries. It just occurred to me with the EVs becoming more common and obviously going to be more common as time progresses. Do we have a protocol or a plan
I feel
for this?
super on the spot on this one.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
That we do.
I would say no, not at this time. That is definitely something that we can look at. Maybe that's something that I can talk to the Pollution Prevention Institute about. I don't know if that would be categorized as industrial, but we'll just have to see where, what kind of markets develop for that in the future. I think the majority of them are going back as trades to the automobile companies. But we have not looked at that as a category of waste at this time.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I wasn't prepared for that one. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're doing great.
For the Waste Reduction Strategies Project, the waste streams that we're currently focusing on are related to the following items. These are listed in alphabetical order, not priority order, and that includes cardboard, e-waste or electronic waste, food waste, glass, household hazardous waste, so that's some of those batteries, that's certain types of paint, household chemicals, pallets, plastic film, which is like plastic bags or like potato chip bags or anything that like crinkles when you like hold it. It's like thin and crinkles, is considered a plastic film. And then yard waste as well. All right, we're gonna go into a little bit of the project overview. Do you guys have any questions before I jump into that?
Where's styrofoam fit into that? You've got me just thinking about every box my wife gets from Amazon and how I'm going to break that box down, because that's basically all these categories. So
Unless something has changed, and hopefully staff can point that out to me if that's the case, we were able to identify one company in the state of Kansas that has the ability to process styrofoam. We provide the address and telephone number to that company on the city's website. It would be up to the individual to contact that company to arrange for transportation or shipping of that material. Right now, there just does not exist a market for the majority of Kansans with styrofoam as a byproduct. I do know that part of the before we get to recycling is probably the area to best target something like styrofoam. While it has, uses in home building and in packaging, there are alternatives, especially for packaging, that can be used that are more environmentally friendly and more sustainable, more easily recyclable. I think the industry push as a whole is to try to move away from that product in the future.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of products like that where there's not a lot that residents or users can do. It's something that has to come from upstream. All right, so project overview. I mentioned earlier that this project is kind of broken out into two things. There's the technical components, which is where we actually look at developing strategies. So what does that look like for your community? What are some options? What are the waste streams? What can we do with them? How do you implement them? And then there's a community engagement side of things, which is engaging stakeholders like the Zero Waste Initiative, the Solid Waste Management Committee, study sessions with you guys. There's also a public opinion survey that we're ready to go, Monday? That's supposed to go live on Monday. And then a public open house that we're targeting for end of March, to kind of let the community members come and weigh in on what we have done so far and provide some information. We're going to seek their feedback and input to try and address concerns, answer questions, discuss the project, find out what's important to your community members. So a little bit more onto each of these. The technical components, there's, so far we've done a bunch of research. Krista has been instrumental in talking to all sorts of different businesses that are either like local businesses. She's talked with businesses that take recyclables of various types, from plastic film to we've talked to different composting facilities and people that could potentially do composting. We've talked to a bunch of different communities as well to find out what other communities in Kansas are doing, what has been effective for them, what hasn't been effective, what are some challenges that they have seen or that they're having issues with, so that we can start gathering information to be able to help make recommendations to you about what is available and what are some options. So far, that's kind of what we've done to date. On the technical side of things, we've had some brainstorming sessions about what potential strategies are. We're going to start looking at kind of nailing those down here soon. And in addition to that, we've also tried to keep in mind the US EPA's waste management hierarchy and how are we going to actually decide whether or not a strategy is worth doing. So if you could go to the next slide, I think I jumped the gun just a little bit. Here's people that we've talked to, different people within the community, different businesses. This is in your packet. Do you want me to leave it up, or are we good to go? All right, next one. For the evaluation of strategies, so after I mentioned, I keep talking about strategies, we're going to come up with some ideas, things that we think could be helpful. One of the things that we're going to do after we do that is evaluate them. How are we going to evaluate them? And we've listed out these 7 items and things that we think are important. That includes its impact on diversion. So how much is it going to actually impact your waste stream? How much does it cost to actually implement? So That includes looking at long-term funding. How would a program be funded? Is there grant opportunities available? What kind of additional staff would be needed? Implementation requirements. So is there any additional infrastructure or policies? How much influence the city can actually have on that. Sometimes there's some really great ideas, but you don't have much ability to do anything about it. It relies on people within your community or businesses or industries as a whole to make changes, similar to the styrofoam. The other one is, oh, sorry, I wasn't quite done yet. I feel like these are important, I'm sorry. Is it sustainable from a city's perspective? Can you actually continue to do this program after it's started? It's really easy to add programs in theory, but it's really hard when you take them away. So how sustainable is this for you in the long haul? The goal is to look at what can we do first that's easiest and has a high impact, and does it align with what the public wants? How does it align with public expectations based off of their input from both the community survey and from the open house we'll have in March? Okay, I'm ready now. One of the big things that we also want to do is make sure that we're keeping in mind the waste management hierarchy. So there's the hierarchy that this philosophy for zero waste aligns very well with the EPA's waste management hierarchy, which is at the top. Largest option is before you can do anything else, see what you can do to reduce the waste generated. If you can't reduce it, is there a way that you can reuse it? Next up, is there a way to repurpose it in a recycled function, or in some instances, can you compost it? The next is energy recovery. And last up would be landfill. All right, good. I've mentioned a lot about strategies. I wanted to throw out what some types of strategies could look like under that hierarchy. So I've listed those out here. So reducing, a strategy that looks at reducing waste could be something along the lines of education. So are there any education campaigns that could be done for your community members? Any management plans or procurement policies or contracts? There is a lot of contracts in place that, was it food? A lot of food contracts that result in a lot of wasted produce. Is there a way that we could look at changing some of those contracts or educating, schools and things like that in order to better use or reduce waste generated from contract policies? Another one is reducing waste. Again, that's education. Education's a big one. What are things that the business community could do? What are some of the barriers to reuse? Food waste, for example, reusing food waste, one of the huge barriers is refrigeration. How do you keep your food from going bad in order to get it from where it is now to where it needs to go to have some sort of beneficial reuse? And then if there's any policy changes that could be made. Recycling and composting, again, comes down to education. Are there any policies? Is there a market for it? Is there anybody that would do that? Is that something the city wants to do? Types of equipment or location or transportation issues, needs, things like that, that would help bolster or benefit this type of thing. And then landfill, your options when you get to the landfill level are basically policies or bans. So if you want to say we're going to ban yard waste, then that would be something. I'm not suggesting that's what we're proposing at this point. I'm just throwing out examples. But that would be a type of thing that would fall under that category for the EPA's hierarchy and strategies focused in that realm. Questions at that point? This point? Good? Okay. Next steps on the technical side of things, we're going to look at finishing brainstorming and some research. We've got to develop some initial strategies and review those. In conjunction with this, we'll be seeking feedback from the public. So the public online survey, the stuff from the open house, information from you guys. We're going to start incorporating all of that and start compiling it. We're also, the city I know has been doing a lot of work to monitor for current opportunities for grants. We'll look and see if there's any other upcoming grant opportunities. Evaluate all these strategies after we figure out what we're going to propose, and then look at finalizing them into the form of an action plan. And that action plan would be something along the lines of, did I mention the action plan before? Let me check. the action plan is basically, these are the strategies, this is what we recommend to implement those. And it's going to be focused on like a 5 to 10 year range outlook, with the intention that it would get updated or reviewed, similar to how the 5-year update solid waste management plan for KDHE, how that gets updated on a routine basis. This plan could be used in conjunction with that, or used as a guideline, or however the city sees fit, but kind of in that same review cycle. What works today, there might be new opportunities in 5 years, so let's see what new opportunities are available then. All right. The other side of things is the public engagement side. And on the public engagement side, to date, we met with the Zero Waste Initiative group in September. We've got the public opinion survey, which is going to focus on seeking information about what the community thinks about recycling, composting, other types of material diversion, how important it is to them. And it's intended to go live on Monday, I believe. And then next steps on that are to actually release the public opinion survey, host the open house in March, and then continue to hold some commission meetings and study sessions in the next few months as we progress through this project, in addition to some additional meetings with the Zero Waste Initiative group. The public opinion survey, you guys received a copy of that with your packet. Are there any, can I ask questions now? Are there any questions about that? Do you would like questions, comments? I think we're going to make a couple minor editorial changes, but otherwise, it is.
Is that going to be presented online, or what's the format of the survey?
The public online survey is going to be on a SurveyMonkey web link. I believe that there's some advertisement that's going to go out with the water bill, like a couple lines at the bottom of everyone's water bill for a month. It'll be open from January 30th to March 3rd. March 3rd. And then there'll also be some information on Salina's website and media. What was the other? Facebook as well, to kind of advertise and seek public engagement for that. Any other questions on the survey? Okay. Last up is the 2023 project schedule. So I'll just summarize this really quickly. We're going to be seeking public input in one form or fashion through about the end of March. We'll have a little bit of, I guess it'll bleed into early April as we receive comment cards, if we receive any comment cards from the public open house. And then in kind of throughout that time, we're going to be continuing on various stages with strategy development. It's going to be kind of a phased approach. So we'll work on steps for this type of strategy. We'll seek input from the public, from the survey. We'll work on those some more. We'll seek more input from the public open house. We'll work on those some more. We'll present those and then write that up in an action plan that lists out implementation steps for that. So here are the strategies. Here's how we recommend implementing them for you guys to use as you see fit. So I think that is the gist of this project. Go to the next slide. To wrap things up, we're looking at waste reduction for the community members, for your community as a whole. We're looking for reasonable, actionable, and measurable goals. So what can we do that actually makes an impact and helps move the community towards the zero waste philosophy? We're looking at seeking community engagement through some different formats and means. And we're working on the technical side of things through developing these strategies, working on evaluating them, and then actually how do you implement them in an action plan. And that action plan will be the final deliverable to the city. I believe that is it on this slideshow. So are there any other questions?
Go ahead, sorry. How does the SurveyMonkey, how do you know what penetration you're getting there? I mean, we don't have an email for every citizen in Salina, so I'm wondering how we judge the validity of the answers that we get. I mean, we're asking about age and neighborhood, maybe.
Yep.
How many do you have to have back to have a valid survey, and how do you know that the sample is true? I mean, yeah. Does that make any sense? I mean,
Yeah, it makes.
you may
it
have
makes
my
per-
email, but I doubt the city's got everybody that has a water bill's email.
It makes perfect sense, and I don't want to speak for the person who has been so kind to help us with this, the Director of Human Resources, Natalie Fisher, who has done SurveyMonkey for the city in the past. What I can say is there are a number of ways that you can help legitimize the survey. If you can recall the electric scooter presentation that Amanda made to the City Commission a few months ago for Community and Development Services, she talked about limiting the number of responses per household. So that is one method that they can use. I don't know exactly how Ms. Fisher is able to control that on SurveyMonkey, but I do know that it's a concern. Obviously, we want to try to impact as many households as we can, so we are trying to come up with as many ways to inform the public about this survey and extending the time period in which the survey is available to the public as much as possible, so that as news releases, social media advertisements, radio announcements, water bill insert information, this meeting and others, that we get the word out to try to get as many people as possible to participate in the survey. It is 20 questions. There's a couple of demographic questions to help categorize the surveys, but there's, I think, just under 20 questions. And in your packet, it shows a skip logic, and it's sort of a funky way to look at skip logic, because obviously when you're in SurveyMonkey, it will automatically move you to the appropriate question based on your answer. We had to, use highlights to show you what is possible for all scenarios, so it doesn't read as cleanly. But when you're taking the survey, if you answer yes or no to a particular question, and that may trigger you to skip from question 4 all the way to question 9, as an example, and I'm just making that up. But so we wanted to make the survey to gain as much information as possible, but also make it as convenient and easy for the public as we possibly could. I think with my expertise, that's about the best that I can answer your question, and I apologize that I don't know more, but I know that we want to take steps to legitimize who responds and how many responses we get from individuals.
I like the legitimate, but I really want more accurate than.
Yes.
I mean, I just think there'll be a broad range of opinion on these matters, from the people that absolutely don't care and don't spend a dime on that, to those that want to push harder and faster in all categories. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, look to my right. Any questions? No, or Greg?
A comment, whoever had to sort through all that waste, sounds like it was very arduous work, and sorry about that. Sounds like it was very arduous work, and just like to thank him for taking the time to do that, because pretty thankless job.
I will pass that along.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning. We did have city staff participate in that waste sort. We also had members of SCS participate. We also had members of the Bureau of Waste Management from KDHE come, and not just to be our regulators, but they also participated in the study. There had been an absence of waste characterization studies in the state of Kansas for a number of years, and the state was very interested in seeing this sort of rejuvenated throughout the state. It had been commented recently that it all just seems to, well, of course this is how you do it. It makes sense. It should be a no-brainer for anyone that has to do this. But surprisingly, there is not a formal process for how to go about developing waste reduction strategies. I had mentioned the Swiffer Grant Stakeholders Group, and Renee had shown a slide, and one of the cities that Krista had contacted was the city of Lawrence. And their program director for waste and recycling in Lawrence is also part of that committee. So it is the city of Lawrence and the city of Salina representing municipalities for the state of Kansas in that endeavor. If I could, I also wanted to mention a couple of things on a slide fairly early in the presentation called Waste Reduction Strategies Project, and when she first talked about, when Renee first talked about waste reduction strategies should be reasonable, actionable, and measurable, one of the things that came up was the life of the landfill, landfill life cycle. So right now, the landfill has about 180 years of life based on, remember that's a look at the three-dimensional picture of the landfill in height, width, and depth, and the entire landfill space. And we had talked about compacting and the efficiencies of needing to compact that waste as well as possible. And I think it's just important to mention that the landfill is a revenue-generating part of the city of Salina. So when we look at this, it is in our best interest to try to develop the most thoughtful, the most detailed, the most comprehensive, the most efficient way of going about building this zero waste initiative across a 30-year time span, because we will never have, when we say zero waste, and it's worth repeating again, we will never have no waste. There will always be waste that we have to contend with, as evidenced by Renee's slides. You saw that there is a percentage of waste that, through every best effort in all of the hierarchy from the EPA, there's simply no way to remove that waste. But there is a significant amount of waste that can be reduced, that is potentially divertible in our landfill. And with your guidance, that is the direction that I would want staff to work toward, is identifying those, and SCS, of course, those potentially divertible waste streams, especially later if we can find commonalities in the state and we can build business models that would support a business to help remove that waste before it gets to the landfill. Obviously would be ideal as possible. But there is a balance that we walk every day, and that is extending the life of the landfill and also preserving the revenue that we need to operate a landfill. It is a highly regulated industry. We get unannounced visits from the KDHE on a regular basis. And there are things that, and it's worth mentioning that everything that Mr. Hammonds and his staff do at the landfill is expensive, from groundwater monitoring wells to buying a new compactor. There's really nothing cheap that we do at the landfill. It is very expensive work. So as she was talking about that, I thought that might be worth mentioning. And then on another slide, we talked a little bit about brainstorming and then aligning strategies with the US EPA waste management. That grant that is being developed by the state, it has to be submitted here very shortly to the EPA. So it's very important that we keep in mind what the EPA waste management hierarchies say and how to work through that problem of reducing waste, because they're the ones, they are the chief oversight for all of these programs. They're the one funding these Salina is sitting in a very, very good spot in terms of being able to work with the state and other communities. And I think we're standing at a we're at a very good place, as I said in the opening. One that is of particular interest to me is solving that food problem. We take a great deal of food waste at the landfill that is very difficult for the compactors to achieve any kind of efficiency with processing at the waste. If you think about, just as an example, dough does not compact very well. And yet it is a large contributor to our landfill waste stream. Finding a good source for that material to be reused in another at another place is a very logical, good, solid step toward incrementally working toward that goal of zero waste by 2050. Food waste is extraordinarily it's a large percentage of our waste stream, and it's very important that we focus on food waste to try to look for opportunities. Another one that was mentioned was cardboard. I already talked about it a little, but we have to try to capture that cardboard before it gets wet or contaminated. We want to try to be able to salvage it while it's still usable, while it still has a recyclable value to the industry. And then there's a number of other things in our C&D, our construction and demolition portion of waste that we get, that there's opportunities for us, I think, there, whether it's asphalt shingles or pallets or lumber, for that matter. If there's a way that we can create a reuse facility or something. I don't know what the solution is. We're not at the solution stage right now. We're still at data input gathering when we do the public hearings and stuff, but there's a lot of opportunity there for sure.
I did have a couple questions here. One of them, it asked about the curbside recycling program that's out there. I guess it's called
Recyclops.
Do you have any idea of the number of customers they have currently, and how somebody's got their hand up? Good. How often they pick up, and then my next question would be, do they deliver that material to our facility then?
Sure. Is this on? Sounds
Yes.
like it.
Sounds like it. Yep.
So current customers for Recyclops is looking between 300 to 400 residential customers and about 2 to 5 commercial customers. Recyclops has looked at the Salina market and has said that it should support 2,000 residential customers and about 100 small businesses. So there's definitely some room to grow. And yes, those materials are taken to the Salina Drive-Thru Recycling Center.
Okay. And that leads me to my next question. As far as tonnage that we're seeing come to our recycling center, what kind of chart do we see? Is that going up? Is it stable?
Since its inception, are we on year 4 now? Is that right? Year 4? I believe we're around 30% growth.
Okay.
We continue to see new customers nearly every week. So, yeah, we're continuing to see growth there.
And I see the staff when we're there. Did they mark down how many customers they have a day and stuff?
They do.
They kind of keep track of that and stuff.
We can. Our sanitation superintendent is I'm sorry, Sean, just a geek when it comes to data. So I can ask him. And I do ask him for questions like, how many customers do we have on average per week? And he will have a chart for that and tell me the amount. It could be different materials and that kind of stuff. We literally track it every single day so that we know what's coming and who's bringing it. And this is another opportunity to mention this, but recently the E3 coordinator has worked to get this out to the public, but this is another opportunity that there has been a recent change, and it has to do with the advanced equipment that was installed by the recycling facility in Hutchinson. But plastic bottles now, do not need to be crushed. In fact, they prefer that they not be crushed, and also that the lids can stay on. So part of the original waste characterization study said that the recycling center had 1.3% contamination, and it is actually lower than that now because plastic bottle caps that were previously considered contamination are no longer considered contamination. And we try to, we really pushed back to them to make sure that they knew what they were getting into, and that before we announced that to the public, we wanted to do our due diligence to make sure that that material is not just we're accepting it, but we're not really recycling it. They are, in fact, recycling those caps as part of their plastics recycling.
I had a question here, thinking back. Who can tell me what year the landfill began operation? I can remember the old landfill out by the treatment plant, and I'm thinking 50 years?
77? 72. Well, Mr. Hammond says 72. I was gonna tell you 77 because that's what I recall. But if he says 72, I'll trust Mr. Hammond's.
That sounds about right. I have seen this from a different angle, and that when my former employer, Phillips, started recycling glass, it was a huge financial hit to the landfill. And it was a different era back then, but it made sense, and it, you know, as time went on, became the standard thing to do. You mentioned construction materials. When I think of what goes in a landfill, I think of things that don't break down. And Jim, you mentioned shingles a little bit ago, and I think concrete. Is there some different area that goes into in the landfill? Shingles, it just all goes?
All mixed.
Okay.
Everything that is considered municipal solid waste is a waste that does not pass through a paint filter. So we don't accept liquid waste. I think the only thing that I can tell you is until someone comes up with a different solution and a cost-effective one that municipalities can implement, you have to keep in mind that a landfill is built nowadays, the Subtitle D landfill is built what we call a dry tomb, where we're trying to protect the groundwater underneath that landfill cell. We're trying to protect the top of that waste by covering that material with additional geomembranes, feet of soil, and establishing natural growth on top of it. We encourage phytoremediation at our landfill by using plants that we know can absorb toxic chemicals. We've done that for a number of years, and we'll continue to implement whatever industry standards that we can to be as environmentally responsible to that landfill. We mentioned too, we said the previous comment, we mentioned landfill life cycle, and we mentioned responsibility for a revenue generating source. But the other one is just the environmental sustainability of that ground. We have invited the EPA methane folks. It's called LMOP, Landfill Methane Outreach Program, through the EPA. We have invited them to the landfill, and they have measured our methane gas. And we had a landfill engineering consultant prepare an analysis to determine if any of that was financially feasible, and at the time it was not. It is something that we continue to look at. So I agree with you. I understand exactly what you're saying. Anything that we can get out of that landfill that can help reduce the the chemical load, if you could use that term, and all the daughter chemicals that are created from them, then obviously we want to do that. We spend a great deal of our time just with managing and analyzing the data from our groundwater wells and piezometers that are located throughout the landfill.
And did I hear you right that you said the landfill had 180 years left in its life cycle?
That's correct.
About.
It's amazing. I don't think she agrees.
It's a big landfill. It's not all built right now, so you've got like a couple of years before the next landfill cell, and then a couple, like about every 5 years or so.
And Jim, for the public, could you give us an approximate cost to open and to close a cell? I think.
Very generally speaking, because it really depends on where we are in the landfill build process. But speaking generally, I would say that a typical landfill, first of all, the city of Salina builds its landfills on a 5-year cycle. That is in keeping with direction from city management, and primarily so that we have a financial model for Ms. Pack and finance, so that because we bond each of those cells, and then the landfill revenue pays for those cells. But you can expect between 1.5 and probably 2.5 million, but Renee is having her finger up, and I know that means because the cost of everything obviously is going up. So generally speaking, we're thinking with just a typical landfill cell of the size that we build, around 9 acres, in a 5-year period. It's around $2 to $2.5 million.
The next two are probably going to be closer, like with the cost of construction. Construction costs have been extremely volatile the last few years. Is probably going to be closer to like 3.
So that's to open one and close another?
That's to open one.
Just
right?
to open one.
Just to open one. The closing of a landfill is, sorry, stop
No.
me if I get too far
No,
into
you're
this.
fine.
Closing of a landfill, you want to wait until you can get your grades all the way up so that they're as high as they can go before you close them. And when you start building like a landfill out, usually when you construct one next to it, you get some overlap onto the landfill. So until you can get that overlap, I guess, at the highest peak that it can, you wouldn't really want to start closing them.
One,
Right.
okay.
So probably in 5 to 10 years, I would think that there's going to be a section, maybe 15.
And the reason that I mentioned that it depends is because we're about to venture into a unique situation where we will have an operating landfill cell at the south,
Yep.
while opening a landfill cell on the north side of the property according to the master plan. It's just, unfortunately, that has to take place at some point, and that process will be more expensive than just a typical cell that we build. But that dry tomb that I mentioned, there's a great deal of work that has to be done with that, because the soils have to be prepared before geomembrane is laid, and then there's multiple layers of product that go down that line the bottom of that cell, and there's a lot that has to be considered.
When you close a cell, is the top sealed with a membrane and then covered with dirt?
So right now, I'm sorry.
No,
right
go
now, we have an area that's called an active area, so places where you're actively putting trash on. It gets a little bit of dirt every day. When that area, you're not going to be using it for a while, but you believe that you're going to be able to put more trash on it in the future, so you're not ready to cover it with a final cover. We call that area inactive, and you would put an intermediate cover on it, which is usually about 12 inches. It's enough to establish vegetation, help prevent some erosion. It helps control some of the odor, animals from getting into it, that sort of thing. And so at that point, you would put dirt over it. Once you get your trash all the way up to the final grades, you would go in with the final cover system, which is the chunk of, it's usually, I think, what is yours, 12 inches, 18 inches of compacted low permeability soil, the geosynthetic, so like a big plastic, and then like a looser dirt to help support vegetation on top of that.
So does the soil come from digging out for the new cell?
Some places it will. Other places it needs to come from a borrow area. The landfill does have some areas established for borrow. A little bit.
There will
Doesn't have
be a-
180 years, but
Yeah, so long-term, the city of Salina does not have 180 years' worth of soil for all of its cells. We're probably looking at several decades before we start realizing the soil shortage. We try to capture as much soil as possible. We try to use the least amount of soil as possible when we're doing any kind of daily cover. That's why you'll hear us reference using tarps mostly in our daily cover. But there will, 30, 40 years or 50 years from now, there will be a time where we will either have to acquire more land or take existing land and excavate soils to provide the soil necessary for the remainder of the cells.
Soil shortage, that's a new one, Jim.
Could we, can I take it out of the river when we,
No, that's,
Well,
that's good soil.
so we have about, I want to say it's about 40,000 cubic yards that will come out of the river channel. And so there is a portion of that that's going to the new police facility to help with some soil issues that we have at that center. We have about 20,000 cubic yards that will go to the old city dump on State Street, where the old shooting range and animal shelters were. That is the last of all of the old city dumps in the city of Salina. I think we have like 16 of them, but that is the last one that we need to close up with 18 inches of cover over the entire thing. So if you've been out there recently, it looks a lot different than it did only last year. The buildings are all gone. The tower is gone. The old animal shelter is gone. The shooting range is under about 8 feet of soil. And in the coming months, as the Centennial project moves forward, you will see a very large amount of soil, 20,000 cubic yards, go on top of that site that will eventually get graded, horizontally graded out to provide about, in the end, it'll probably provide about 20 inches of cover over the entire site, so that we remain compliant with KDHE policy for old city dumps.
Yeah, I was going to mention that I travel to Wichita frequently, K96, going west, and you are, on the south side is the big landfill, and on the north side is the old completed landfills. And I think people here in Salina don't have a visual of what the landfill is.
Well, as the landfill continues to grow, and when we get to the point where, as Renee was mentioning, the overlap, when the overlap goes in, if I recall, that's about 140 feet higher, which will be a fairly significant terrain for Salina, and people will notice it a little bit more at that time, I would imagine. Something that you mentioned, Commissioner, that is, I guess we're talking about is that soil shortage that we mentioned. We do accept any soils that we can, that people are trying to get rid of for free, as long as it meets all of the parameters that are required by the KDHE. So for instance, there's a number of excavations that have happened in Salina over the past few years from industrial manufacturers where that soil had tested positive for chromium or some other type of very, something that we have to pay attention to. And that soil then becomes categorized in a way that it is special waste, and that waste cannot be used as a cover material the way that, soil without those problems have. So it's something that we pay attention a lot to. We work with people to try to get any soil that we can, because we do realize we're not going to get the amount of soil. I don't recall the amount of shortage, but it's probably closer to 2 million cubic yards than 1 million. It's a significant amount of soil at some point in the future.
Yeah, I don't think the majority of the public understands the complexity of running a landfill, nor would I if I didn't sit on this commission. So we kind of take it for granted. One other question I did have is, how many trips are we making to Hutch right now with our recycling?
3. 2. So 2 trips a week. I think sometimes that may be higher or low. You know, I think on average we do 2.
2 weeks. Okay, any other questions? We do have extra time, so I guess if we wish, we could open it up if I know.
I did want to mention
Oh,
that
okay,
I
go
didn't know if Dr. Black wanted to
Yeah, I was gonna
have
ask.
anything about the zero waste initiative that he would like to mention.
I was going to open it up to the public for if they have any comments or questions of this group. We have a little bit of time, so again, we have about 3 minutes a person. So, Mr. Black, come on up. Thank you, Renee.
Real quickly, speaking to Commissioner Ryan's question about the validity of the survey, I know that those kinds of surveys can be limited to one time. You can only do it once, so you can adjust it so you can do it multiple times. But the other thing is that I think the Zero Waste Initiative and the group that I'm meeting with and individually meeting with members of that group will help triangulate the validity of what the survey shows. And I know that you're going to do another public thing, so I think together we'll figure it out. So we're not going to have another meeting probably for, we'll have one in the next 6 weeks, but everybody's busy, so, you know. But we'll get it, we'll work with the city on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Unless
Black.
you had anything else.
It is worth mentioning that because we're fortunate that Dr. Black wears 2 hats. One, he is the chair of the Solid Waste Management Committee, the Saline County Solid Waste Management Committee, and he also is the facilitator for the Zero Waste Initiative. He works very closely with Mr. Kowach. In fact, I think they are talking about doing a joint presentation at the request of the KDHE, again, Bureau of Waste Management Director Julie Coleman, at the upcoming Works Conference this spring. And we just look forward to continue to find ways that we can partner with those companies to look for waste reduction possibilities.
And I know we had it up on the screen, but if you don't mind, I would like to read what we came up with as a definition for zero waste. And I don't believe either Commissioner Longbine or Linkowitz was on the commission at that time, because we had quite a bit of talk about we're really not going to reach zero waste. So we were trying to come up with what that definition should be. So it does read, and this is for the public, we defined zero waste as a philosophy that not only promotes reuse, recycling, and conservation programs, but also, and more importantly, emphasizes sustainability by considering the entire life cycle of products, processes, and systems. So we felt that met our goal of kind of what we looked at when it came to zero waste. And because zero waste kind of scared some of us when we talked about it, is like, how are we going to really ever get to zero waste? So I think that definition is important for the commission and for the community to have. So is there anyone else that would like to come up that has a comment? Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Mark Labus. I have a question as far as you guys go. You guys had stopped taking, and this is according to the people I talked down there, stopped taking antifreeze bottles and oil bottles, and that was directed, I guess, from Hutchinson, and I'd like to know why. That's part one. That can come after. As far as waste management, I know better than most people because I dumpster dive. One of the biggest problems you have is not allowing people to dumpster dive, period. You know, Ashley's Furniture throws all this furniture away, and we do too. There's tons of metal in that necessarily. It just goes to the dump. We can't get to it to salvage it. Now, people are wondering, Well, they're going to dump extra trash in there. Well, you already have a law for that. Most places have cameras. And then, of course, you have people doing the locks and stuff. You can make it perfectly legal in the law that a business cannot be liable if you're dumpster diving. That's a good way to solve that problem, because there's a lot of us, and we love to salvage. Electronics, everything. In addition to that, you might want to take a look at an incinerator for generating energy, because all this extra food waste stuff, almost everything burns. Incinerators are used for chemical weapons. Plain and simple, that's how they get rid of them. So as far as environmentally, it's going to take up a lot less space than that. It'll generate energy to either sell to Evergy or supply the city, cutting its electrical costs down. Plus, if we're looking at EVs, they're going to need to weigh a charge, and they're going to put weight on our electrical grid, so that would be a way to supplement that, because you look at California, they have brownouts all the time, and it's a matter of time. And by the way, I have been to Wichita's dumpster site. A little extra background, so I'm not just talking out my rear. I have a degree in business. I worked at Fort Riley for 14 years. I know all about recycling there. I have emphasis for my degree in manufacturing, and that. We have a huge problem with our businesses, a lot of our box chains, with in-time delivery. They buy a whole bulk, they don't need it, they throw it away. Plain and simple. I know some of this stuff is EPA, whatnot. Some of them are wrong. Plain and simple. Keep it simple, stupid.
Okay,
Thank you,
Mark. One of the questions he did ask, you might, if Jim, about the antifreeze and oil.
Yeah, I guess the way that I would answer that is the city of Salina tries to accept every single product. Well, we do accept every single product that our recycler accepts. We cannot accept any product that they do not. If you want to trace the source of why that bottle, why antifreeze bottles in particular, it has to do with the chemical, but the unacceptable items list says no hazardous chemical containers, motor oil, pesticides, that would include antifreeze.
Okay.
So that's the reason why.
Great, thank you for the explanation. Hope that helps, Mr. Liebes.
Norman, Mount Salina. So if your dirt doesn't meet the requirements in health environments, what are you going to do? You raise the limits. They've done that already at the Canopolis Reservoir for the water. It didn't meet the health requirements, so they just raised the limits. We can put more chemicals in it. You ain't solving the problem. You're just kicking it down the road. We can get zero. If you use an incinerator, now you're going to put that stuff back in the air. The veterans from Iraq are suffering diseases because of that. It can be done, but you guys don't want to do it.
While we're waiting for someone, so there are basically three categories of waste. There's free and open or three categories of soil. There's just the free and open soil that we can accept. It is not considered special, and it is not considered hazardous. Those are the other two categories. Special waste, including special waste soil, can be accepted at our landfill according to the KDHE and the EPA. And that goes through a very particular set of criteria and process that Mr. Hammonds and his folks have to follow. It is GPS coordinated. It is buried separately from the remainder of the waste. that is documented as a special waste, and if at any time we ever have to go back to that waste because of a plume or something that might happen at the landfill, then we're able to trace that. That has not changed. The standard for soil acceptance has not changed. We follow the EPA directives and what the KDHE tells us, and that's exactly how we process soil.
Okay. Thank you, Jim. Next.
Ben Winhill, Salina. Recycling is one of the best things that can happen in any community. And with the way the world's going and the earth and everybody wanting to get on board with green energy and everything, it's something that's going to have to be addressed. But going back to the pie chart that was up there on exactly all of the different stuff that went to the landfill on their study, I saw that 8% of it was yard waste. The city of Salina already had a history of collecting yard waste, basically for those who don't know in the public. It was collected with a separate truck, separate container here in Salina, and went to Kansa Organics. I am a good friend of the owner of Kansa, and even though he welcomed all of the yard waste because it was his business to compost that into good soil, it was not a moneymaker by any means because of all the things that were coming out to there had to be separated. That wasn't grass or trees or limbs of a certain size. So it was labor intensive for him to do that. I also know that the city of Salina had a contract with him when they decided they didn't have enough staff to be able to do this, that they were still paying him and there was no waste being brought out to him because of the fact that they had a contract they had to fulfill. That being said, that went by the wayside since we couldn't get staff, and they've went to the new way of collecting trash with the arms. All of the yard waste goes out there. So to answer your question, Mayor Hoppick, as far as has the landfill grown, well, a lot of it is because yard waste is going back out there and not going to Kansa. How are you going to address this since you already had a good program in place with being able to separate, citizens being able to separate, and that going to a different place? You've got $2 million worth of containers now that are the same color. So are you able to maybe get a different colored container, bite the bullet, and we start yard waste back out at Kansa or some other place? Because that was a good program, but it stopped. So, you know, when the city says, well, we're on board and, you know, the state really goes and everything, well, you kind of backtracked on the yard waste part of it, and I'd like to know what we plan on doing to get that back in place. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we had substantial conversations, I know, back when we were dealing with the yard waste and everything, so we can maybe go back and give you some dates to look at those discussions of why that was changed. So,
in addition, this is part of the ongoing waste reduction strategies. I will say that 8% of the landfill at 95,000 tons represents about 7,600 tons of yard waste. We never collected, when we did collect yard waste, anywhere near but a fraction of that amount, about 25%. So 75% of that yard waste was still going to the landfill. And we are trying to, as I mentioned, come up with ways to reduce waste, but do so very much like we did our recycling center in the most cost-efficient manner as we possibly can.
And I believe Mr. Winholtz misunderstood my question. My question to Mr. Teutsch was the tonnage that was going through the recycling center, not to the actual landfill. So,
Dalton McDowell, Salina. Green waste. I'm pretty knowledgeable on that. Why Abilene has one, which is smaller. Salina could either contract with companies that specialize in that, where they come in, they buy property, they deal with all the KDHE requirements, all the EPA requirements, they have their own staff. Oklahoma City, Tulsa has them, several towns have them. They take grass, they take all the green waste, including some food waste, mix it in together, creating compost, which then can be spread on municipalities use it for their golf courses, ball fields, schools, and all of that. I understand with limbs it's a pain to deal with them because there's not much use for them because they're too small. But the landfill, as of right now, has enough space. I know they don't want to use a lot of that space because they're trying to use it for so they have dirt. And the excuse, or not an excuse, but what has been said is it's too far to go out there. There's ways to manage the green waste. Small towns have it. Small towns, where I grew up, we had a city burn pit. Didn't take any trash, took limbs and yard waste only. And they burned it once a year, but they kept the logs out for people to get firewood from and all that. Why are we not able to do something similar to that? I understand, I know if the way stuff around here goes, if something catches fire, if a grass pile catches fire, you can't do nothing to fight it. You just got to bury it to deal with it. But why are we not taking that into, when there's companies like Detroit has them, they're all over. Tulsa has I've been in the Tulsa facility. It is probably one of the better facilities I've been in. Why can't we do something similar to that here locally, like at the old landfill site?
I'm going to start with your last point. We can't do it at the old landfill site because that's still a regulated site. So it has limits as to what operation can take place there. In terms of a composting facility, that is certainly something that Mr. Koech and I have both had extensive talks with Renee about. It's something that we are looking at. It will be part of the waste reduction strategy. Whether or not that turns out to be financially and environmentally feasible for us, we'll find out when we get there. Again, we're still collecting data from the public, and we'll continue to do that. We appreciate the comments, and we certainly appreciate comments that seem to support something that we agree with. We would like to see that happen. In terms of landfill space, please keep in mind that there are reasons why the city of Salina does not use all of its landfill. There is a large section of the landfill that will never be used because it violates airspace, because we cannot build on anything within 10,000 feet of the runway, and of the 640 acres that we own, there is only a portion of that is actually permitted by the KDHE for placing waste into. So we have a master plan that will use every available cubic foot of space in the ground, how steep the slopes are, and the highest elevation. We intend to use every single foot of that when the time comes, as Renee had mentioned. But there are reasons why we can't use all of the space now. And citizens are welcome to come to the landfill and get free firewood anytime they want. And yard waste is currently free for residents, and it's only half cost for companies.
Thank you, Jim.
Richard Humphrey, Salina, Kansas. I believe in these individuals. As I've attended a couple meetings, they will make the adjustments according to limitations. I did make a plan, and I have decided to apply for the arts and humanities, and I hope that the engagement, that creative side, will help the E3 and the ZWI moving forward, and good things are going to happen. That's all I got.
Thank you. Okay, I think that's everyone. Unless, Jim, you have something else to add, I'd like to.
No, I just appreciate everyone. Again, I would really encourage the public. We want your feedback. We want to make this accurate, and we want to make this usable data so that we can get as much information about what it is that the public wants. And we will work as hard as we can to deliver a system that is cost-effective and is efficient and most importantly, is sustainable.
Well,
Thank you.
If this study session has done nothing else, I hope that it allows the public to understand that Jim's department is very well versed in what's going on out there, and I think does an excellent job of maintaining and monitoring our solid waste. So thank you guys for your time, and we will be adjourned until 4 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, it looks like I've been given the nod. We can move ahead. I'd like to welcome everybody to the January 23rd, 2023 Salina City Commission meeting. First of all, I would ask staff for confirmation that the Kansas Open Meeting Act required notice has been properly provided.
Yes.
Thank you. Can we have roll call?
Mayor Hoppick,
Here.
Commissioner Davis,
Here.
Commissioner Linkowitz,
Here.
Commissioner Longbine,
Here.
Commissioner Ryan.
Here.
Thank you. Will those that are able please stand and join in the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, we will move to awards and proclamations.
Item 3.1, recognition of the month of January 2023 as National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month in the city of Salina. Angie White, sexual assault advocate at DVAC, will read the proclamation. And also, we have item 3.2, recognition of the month of January 2023 as National Stalking Awareness Month in the city of Salina, and Angie White will also read this proclamation.
Welcome.
Thank you. National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month Proclamation, January 2023. Whereas millions of men, women, and children are victims of human trafficking, which is the second largest and fastest growing criminal industry in the world. Whereas human trafficking denies victims basic human dignity and freedom and is based on recruiting, harboring, and transporting people through the use of force, fraud, and/or coercion for the purpose of sexual exploitation or forced labor. It is a crime that can take many forms and tears at our social fabric, debases our common humanity, and violates what we stand for as a country. Whereas traffickers frequently target victims and then use violence, threats, lies, false promises, debt bondage, and other forms of control and manipulation to force victims to work against their will or to keep victims involved in the commercial sexual exploitation. Whereas U.S. Justice Department has identified Kansas as an originating state for human trafficking, and most trafficking in Kansas involves local children. Whereas with improved victim identification, medical and social services, training for first responders, and increased public awareness, the victims who have suffered this cruel crime can overcome the bonds of modern slavery, receive protection and justice, and successfully reclaim their rightful independence. And whereas the Domestic Violence Association of Central Kansas is joining forces with the victim service providers, criminal justice officials, and concerned citizens throughout Central Kansas and the United States to observe National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month. Together we commit to our society where our sense of justice tells us that united we can eradicate this wrong and continue to fight human dignity and the rights for every person. Now therefore, the City of Salina Board of Commissioners hereby proclaims January 2023 as National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month and applauds the efforts of the many victim service providers, police officers, prosecutors, national and community organizations, and private sector supporters for their efforts in opposing human trafficking in all of its forms.
Okay, thank you. And I believe we have another. And please give us your name.
Mary Cookson.
Thank you, Mary.
National Stalking Awareness Month Proclamation for January 2023. Whereas stalking is intentional harassment, a pattern of behavior directed at a specific person, causing that person to feel fear and endangerment for themselves and or their family. The variation in stalking behavior ranges from hang-up phone calls to more direct threats toward a victim. The likelihood of injury increases when the stalking behavior escalates over time. Whereas under the laws of Saline County, Kansas, and all jurisdictions in the U.S., stalking is a crime. Whereas the majority of victims are stalked by someone they know, typically an ex-dating partner or an acquaintance, and 3 in 4 women killed by an intimate partner had been stalked by that same intimate partner. Whereas the Kansas Bureau of Investigation reports that 176 protection from stalking orders were filed in Saline County in 2021. Whereas the statistics do not represent the true incident or prevalence of stalking for multiple reasons, including not all victims report the crime to law enforcement, and stalking is a tactic of domestic violence and sexual abuse, so it may not be reported as the primary form of abuse and victimization, although the victim has experienced stalking along with other forms of abuse. Whereas many stalking victims are forced to protect themselves by relocating, changing their identities, changing jobs, and obtaining protection orders. Whereas many stalking victims lose time from work and experience serious psychological distress and lost productivity at a much larger rate than the general population. Whereas communities can better combat stalking by raising awareness, adopting multidisciplinary responses by teams of local agencies and organizations, and providing more and better victim services.
Thank you. Well, I can tell you that we wish that there was no need for DVAC, but there is, and we appreciate the work that you do. I guess, how do you reach out to the public to let them know that you're available for help with whether it's dealing with trafficking or stalking?
Some of the things that we're doing is we have changed the lights on the front of our building to blue. And then we're also getting into the colleges and to the schools and giving presentations and making them aware of human trafficking and stalking awareness and what they can do to help prevent it, or what they can do to reach out if they're supporting somebody that is going through a situation like that.
If someone is going through this situation, should they contact the local police? Who should they contact?
If they're in imminent danger, we just let them know by any means. Don't put yourself in harm's way, but call 911. But if it's somebody that they're supporting that needs support or is looking for services, they can reach out and talk to somebody at our agency.
Great.
And there's someone there 24 hours a day, so anybody can call at any time.
So you man the phone 24 hours a day?
Yes, there's somebody there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we also have a Facebook page so that if they're not able to make a phone call, if it may heighten that danger factor, they're able to reach out to somebody that's monitoring our Facebook page, and it has the messenger feature on it as well, and it's monitored 24/7.
Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
I think that pretty much
Okay.
covers
Well,
it.
again, thank you for your service. I have 2 proclamations here for you, if you'd like to come up and get those. Both Angie and Mary. And I think we had a gentleman back there that wants to. Here, Mary, you want to take this one, and we'll get our picture. I don't care. Just do this. How's that? Okay. Thank you, ladies. Okay, that we do not have any public hearings or items scheduled for a certain time, so that will lead us to the consent agenda.
Item 5.1, approve the special minutes of January 6, 2023. Item 5.2, approve the minutes of January 9, 2023. Item 5.3, consider concurrence with a grant application to the State of Kansas Waste Tire Grant Program and authorize the expenditure of matching funds if the grant is awarded for the purchase of recycled rubber tire mulch for the replenishing of rubber mulch surfacing at certain city park playgrounds. Item 5.4, award the bid for project number 23005, 2023 pavement sealing to Circle C Paving and Construction LLC of Goddard, Kansas, in the amount of $490,871.23 with a 5% construction contingency for a total project authorization not to exceed $515,414.79, and authorize the city manager to execute a contract with Circle C Paving and Construction LLC of Goddard, Kansas, upon fulfillment of all prerequisites under the bid documents. Item 5.5, authorize staff to collaborate with Saline County for the submission of Base 2.0 grant applications for Magnolia Road and Holmes Road upgrade projects and commit $1.5 million as cash match for each application.
Thank you. I would like to remove 5.5. Is there any other items the commissioner would like to have removed from the consent agenda? If not, I would accept a motion to approve consent agenda items 5.1 through 5.4.
I move to accept the consent agenda 5.1 through 5.4.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to approve consent agenda items 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, and 5.4. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, those pass. Jacob, I guess this is your item.
It is. Mayor and Commissioners, Jacob Wood, Deputy City Manager. This is, as you know, the last couple of years we've been hot and heavy with grant applications, and the money has been flowing from the federal government down to the state. This is another example of one of those times where we kind of have to jump on an opportunity if we want to. So the American Rescue Plan money that came down to the state last year went to a program called the BASE program, which was called, it's the Building a Stronger Economy grant program. Last year we submitted 3 applications. One of those was for the Drever Housing Project. We submitted a project for Holmes Road improvements, and then also the Aeroplanes Housing Development was another project that had a grant application submitted. The City of Salina did not receive any of those grants at that time, but the Drever Housing Project grant application kind of was the basis for our conversations with the legislature, and we did get awarded some American Rescue Plan funds specifically for a housing project. You know all about that with the housing RFP that's coming forward here in the next couple of weeks. On January 3rd, the state sent out notification to anybody who had previously applied for a base grant, stating that they would open up that program again. So in the first round, there was $100 million that went out, and they have pared that back to $50 million this year. This grant, we're not actually eligible to apply for the Base 2.0 because we received ARPA funds, but the county is eligible. So this item is collaboration with Saline County on behalf of a couple of projects that are really beneficial to both the city and the county. So we met with the county staff to ask them about what their thoughts were about submitting grant applications. In the first round, they did submit several grant applications that didn't receive funding. They do plan to submit another one of those grant applications for a Kansas Wesleyan housing project. So they do plan to roll one project over, but they have kind of 2 slots that are remaining and available. So in discussions with the county, we came up with 2 projects that we thought might be appropriate for this grant. We did pare it back a little bit. In the past, we asked for $10 million, but we saw that the first round of grant applications really went from $3 to $5 million. So we thought it would be best to kind of pare the projects back a little bit and maybe not go for the $10 million or $25 million as we did last year. So the 2 projects that we came back with were Magnolia Road. This is a project that we've been looking at from Magnolia Road all the way to Centennial Road. What we've done is we pared it back to a $5 million total project, so that won't do the entire length of Magnolia. I'm going to share my screen here real quick and just show you the project area that we're looking at. So we're looking at a $5 million project, which would be $1.5 million city funds and then $3.5 million of state funds that would improve the road from I-35 out to just past this bridge. It would include a 3-lane kind of boulevard feel like we have on the other end of Magnolia, on the east end. We're at this point looking at a roundabout right there at Virginia Drive, and then the three lanes all the way out. And this grant would also replace this bridge or expand that bridge there at on Dry Creek. This grant would not include any of the sidewalks. It doesn't include the hike and bike trail. It's really just improving the street. We kind of, in order to get into a realm where we thought we might be competitive, we kind of had to pare it back in order to do that, and so we just couldn't get some of those other elements in. So really the intent is to get as far as we can with $5 million with street improvements, and then there are other funds available for trails and that sort of thing that we would go after better in the future. The other project is Holmes Road. And so in the first round of base grant, we submitted a $10 million grant for Holmes Road, and our intent was to improve Holmes Road from Magnolia all the way to Country Club. So that's a 3-mile stretch. The same thing here. We're trying to get a $5 million project, which would be a $1.5 million city funds with $3.5 million state funds that would improve a few areas of Holmes Road, and this would just include the street, and it would improve this to an interim standard street, which is what we have on Markley. So we're looking at just 2 lanes without curb and gutter or anything like that. So the areas that we are considering here would be a half a mile north from Magnolia. So you can see that on this side here. And then at Crawford, we would be going a half a mile north and a half a mile south. And those are approximate numbers based on how much we could get with the same difference here. If we get $5 million, we'll do as much street as we can. And the reason we chose those areas is obviously down near Magnolia, we have housing development that's working its way over the hill and getting close to homes, so that's kind of probably the next thing coming as far as housing goes. But there are opportunities around Crawford. We do have some housing developments that are moving, and an opportunity for housing developments in the future in that area if there was infrastructure there. In collaboration with the county, they do plan to, depending on the action that's taken here today, to take this to the county commission tomorrow morning to see if the county commission is interested in allowing their staff to go ahead and submit that application. We would provide all the information. City staff would provide all the information to that. We have most of it. We have because we've already gathered most of this, and we're kind of ready to go. This is another one of those opportunities where I think that projects that are ready to go are the ones that are going to get funded. I will say we did get $25 million for housing. There's only $50 million to go statewide, so it's hard to say how competitive our grant proposals will be, but if we don't submit, we'll never know. So your options here, I guess with the fiscal note, I will say, we haven't necessarily decided or picked a specific fund where that $1.5 million cash match would come from, but we do have general fund balance. We have sales tax capital fund balance. There are some ARPA funds out there. We have a gas tax funds and KDOT federal funds exchange monies that we get annually. So we believe that we could find the right mix of funds to find the match within the funds that we already have. So your options are to authorize us to collaborate with Saline County for submission of these base grants for Magnolia and Holmes Road, and commit that $1.5 million per project, or you could tell us to do something different as far as submissions go, or just tell us that you don't want us to submit at all. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, and there's other people in the audience who have information as well, maybe. But I'd be happy.
You did answer one of my questions about the sidewalks. I do have 3. One is, when we send this in, will we prioritize Magnolia Road versus Holmes Road, or do we just submit them both?
Yeah, there's really not a way to submit a priority order when you submit those. It's just you submit them, and then they kind of pick whatever they think is the most appropriate. I will, one more thing, sorry. Holmes Road is one of those projects, that really doesn't have any kind of a funding source out there. There's no KDOT funds that are set aside for residential streets, but I did want to mention that the second round of base, they did specifically say that you could submit a grant for a street that supported a residential development. So that is a change from the first base grant. First base grant, they didn't explicitly say that. It was really more specifically for economic development type things. So, an industrial base or something like that, but the second round they did specifically say that you could submit for a housing type infrastructure.
And do we know on the first round of base grants, did they do all or none?
I believe that they did do all or none. They did much smaller grants though, so $3 to $5 million. I think there were a few $10 million range, but I believe they did do all or none. I don't think they parsed it back.
And then my final question, since we're asking the county to partner with this, is this section of Magnolia Road and Holmes Road, are they in the city or are they in the county?
So I believe they're both in the county. The city does maintain Magnolia, though. I mean, that's
Through that agreement we did?
We do. So
Okay.
we do maintain it, but it is, they are, both sections are in the city, I believe. but
And
Mike
actually,
is
if you can
looking
go
for-
to the Magnolia site, it's kind of half and
Right
half.
there.
You can see the Ag Credit building there in the southwest corner of Virginia Drive and
Yeah.
Magnolia. The city limits line goes to the property just west of there. And
Because
then,
we annexed that in to do the.
Yeah, so there is a small
a portion of that's in and a portion of it's out.
Okay.
But we do maintain the entire stretch.
If I may, Mayor, one further point on that to be sure we're clear, the easement upon which the road is currently exists, we took an assignment of the easement as well, so that we were able to maintain that roadway. Small point, but that's kind of the rest of the picture there.
Any other questions from any commissioners?
We did previously approve a study of Magnolia Road. Is there any update on where that's at?
So we have approved preliminary design, and they're in the process of that. So that some of that work would be used to update the numbers and get the grant. I mean, we would submit the engineering that we have as part of this grant, but it's certainly not all the way done. But the preliminary design has begun.
Has there been any preliminary estimates?
Well, we still think the total project, the total package is around $10 million, $11 million.
That's to go. And that's to go all the way to
I-35
Centennial?
to Centennial.
Centennial, correct.
That would ultimately include the sidewalks?
Yeah, sidewalk, hike and bike trail. I think in the original plan, they have a 5-foot sidewalk on the north side and a 10-foot hike and bike trail on the south side.
Okay, any comments or questions from the public? Okay, if not, I would bring it back to the commission for a motion.
Well, Mayor, with a special note of thanks to the county for collaborating with us on this, I would move that we authorize staff to collaborate with Saline County for the submission of the Base 2.0 grant applications for Magnolia Road and Holmes Road upgrade projects and commit $1.5 million as cash match for each application.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to collaborate with Saline County for the submission of the Base 2.0 grant application for Magnolia Road and Holmes Road upgrades and commit $1.5 million match. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? That passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay, that leads us to 6.1.
Item 6.1, excuse me, approve ordinance number 23-11142 on second reading, changing the zoning district classification of property located at the southwest corner of Highland Avenue and Claflin Avenue from R2 district to PDD district, and approval of a preliminary final development plan for Phase 1 and Phase 1A of the proposed Coyote Row.
Thank you. This was presented to the City Commission back on January 9th. Since that time, no comments have been received. Does the commission have any questions or comments for staff at this time? If not, are there any comments from the public? Okay. With that, I would bring it back to the commission for a motion.
I move we approve ordinance number 23-11142 on second reading.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 23-11142 on second reading. Can we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Linkowitz?
Aye.
Commissioner Longbine?
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan?
Aye.
Mayor Hoppick?
Aye. That passes 5-0. Thank you. That leads us to item 6.2.
Item 6.2, consider the cost sharing and purchase of a Lenco Bearcat G3 armored rescue vehicle from Lenco Industries, Inc. for the police department.
Okay.
I think my suggestion is we can start with Interim Chief Morton. Gary Hannes is on the line and participating by Zoom, but I'll turn it over to
There he is. I was
Interim
looking
Chief
for him. I was
Morton.
going, you're not.
Sure. Well, good afternoon. Thank you for considering this item. I just wanted to mention that Captain Hannes is out of state on training, and he's the one that's the most knowledgeable about this particular commission item, and so I'm going to let him do the presentation. But I also wanted to mention those that are here with the Excellence Fund that have helped us raise some of the funding for this particular project, should it be approved by the commission, and that being Byron Norris, Carolyn Peterson, Joel Weimer, and Sarah George. We appreciate all of their assistance in helping us raise these funds and the other projects that they've helped us fund in the past. So with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to Captain Gary Hannes.
Hopick, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Mayor Hopick and City Commissioners, thank you for your time today on this important matter before you. I'd rather be there in person, but as Chief Morton said, I'm out of state at a training and must present to you via this platform. Before you today is a request for a funding approval for a private-public cost-share project for a new armored rescue vehicle for the police department. In respect for your time, I will be touching briefly on the topics and points listed in your blue sheets on for this agenda item. After the presentation, I will be more than happy to take questions from you. The need to equip employees with the best possible equipment is a constant struggle for governments and law enforcement agencies across the country, especially in this day of mass casualty incidents and situations with a high propensity for citizens and officers to be injured from gunfire. Time is critical during these types of incidents, and having ready and operational equipment is paramount. Having the proper equipment enables officers to respond to an unstable situation, be better prepared, and enhance their goal of handling the situation peacefully. Armored rescue vehicles are civilian law enforcement vehicles which are used to protect law enforcement and the citizens that they serve. These vehicles are not military vehicles. At their essential value, these armored rescue vehicles are a de-escalation tool used to entice voluntary compliance from subjects who are the focal point of the law enforcement response. Armored rescue vehicles are used throughout the world, the United States, and even the state of Kansas. The use and tactics of an armored rescue vehicle do allow a SWAT team to expand their capabilities and options at a time when lives are in jeopardy. Deployments and use are monitored and vetted by the staff, are situational, and are appropriately used. We have in the past had mutual aid requests where our armored rescue vehicle has been sent out, and during those times, any consideration of the use of an armored rescue vehicle is examined, tactfully thought out, and does have the approval of the Chief of Police. During the past 6 years, our SWAT team has used our armored rescue vehicle 30 times for planned events and 5 times for unplanned events. There's been numerous times that we take it out for training events also. The 2 examples which are listed in your blue sheet do illustrate the need to have an armored rescue vehicle ready for use when the need arises. As noted in the North Salina barricaded incident, using another agency's armored rescue vehicle, which did have the accessories which were beneficial to us, and did clear an opening in the residence and allowed our officers to do their job safer. Our current armored rescue vehicle is a 2006 Toyota Puma 6-cylinder diesel engine, which we obtained in October of 2011. This vehicle was obtained from the Law Enforcement Support Office, which other people might know as the 1033 office. This vehicle is not city-owned and is a loan vehicle. Since taking possession of this vehicle, the city has spent in excess of $25,000 for acquisition, parts, and repairs. On June 8th of this prior year, our armored rescue vehicle became disabled during a call-out. The weaknesses which are listed in your blue sheets are multiple, but the primary concerns that we have is the ability to transport only part of the team, the degraded windows, and this vehicle has absolutely no options for accessories that we would like to have to provide to the team to enable them to do their job safer. As previously stated, the current armored rescue vehicle is not operational. As a result of searching for replacement options, staff has identified multiple considerations for a new armored rescue vehicle. Paramount in these considerations was identifying options that can and will create a safer working environment for the officers and the citizens that they serve. The 13 preferred items listed on pages 4 and 5 of your blue sheet exemplify the thought placed in considering the needs and the options for safety and the equipment standards required to serve our citizens better and ensure the officers are as safe as possible. Of the 5 manufacturers researched, and after locating the DEA limited source justification document, which is attached in your commissioner packet, the staff is aware that Linco Industries manufactures a model identified as a Linco Bearcat G3, which meets and exceeds these standards. The model does have 2 proprietary features and have also identified, the additional priorities which are listed, safety standards and equipment options. These options and considerations are listed on page 5 and 6 of your blue sheet. I got my pages mixed up, sorry about that. While researching this project, staff identified 6 other agencies within 65 miles of Salina who also operate a Linco Bearcat G3, or they are awaiting the arrival of one which has already had an order placed for it for their agency. Having like equipment enables mutual responding agencies to be more efficient during an incident. Staff believes purchasing a Linco Bearcat G3 armored rescue vehicle is the best for the city in terms of longevity, value, protection, and multi-purpose functionality. Staff is confident this armored rescue vehicle will provide the department with an additional tool to ensure our personnel have other tactical options available to do their job safer. Time is critical when responding to such serious events, and transporting officers and/or medically trained personnel to a scene in a vehicle which protects them is paramount. The fiscal note is a one-time cost of $306,903 for this public-private cost-share project, including shipping. If approved, funding will be from the following sources: the Wilson Foundation via the Police Excellence Foundation of Salina for $100,000, the Police Excellence Foundation of Salina for $87,500, Saline County Sheriff's Office $10,000, the I-135 I-70 Drug Task Force $12,500, and if approved, the Salina Police Department from the 2022 operating budget funds of $96,903. I will read the commissioner action or recommended action at this time. Approve a motion that the City Commission, A, find the specification and proven performance of the Linco Bearcat G3 Armored Rescue Vehicle warrant consideration of its acquisition as a sole source purchase under the city's purchasing policy from Linco Industries Incorporated as the only designer, U.S. manufacturer, and distributor of the Linco Bearcat G3 Armored Rescue Vehicle, and B, authorize the city manager to purchase a Linco Bearcat G3 Armored Rescue Vehicle as a sole source purchase from Linco Industries Incorporated at a cost of $306,903, including shipping, upon confirmation of receipt by the city of all funds from all sources necessary to complete the purchase as outlined in the staff report, including city operating funds in the amount of $96,903, and C, confirm the city's willingness to accept ownership of the Linco Bearcat G3 Armored Rescue Vehicle as partially funded by a contribution from the Police Excellence Foundation of Salina in accordance with City of Salina Resolution number 238102. Number 2, approve a motion addressing the elements of the motion outlined under option 1 with amendments as the City Commission deems appropriate. 3, postpone consideration of this purchase and provide staff direction regarding additional information or amendments from the City Commission. 4, vote to deny this request. Staff recommends option number 1, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Okay, I will look to my fellow commissioners to see if they have any questions or comments. I'll look.
I do have a question that pertains to, as far as the wheels and tires of this unit, does it offer any ballistic protection, or is it pretty standard fare as far as?
Commissioner Linkowitz, these tires on this vehicle, they are called what's run flat. They are not what you would a citizen would call bulletproof. No tires unless they're solid core tires are bulletproof. These are run flat tires, which enables this vehicle to continue for a certain amount of distance if a tire is to go flat.
Okay, thank you.
Were you able to, did everybody hear that? Okay.
Commissioner Longbine, any questions?
Yeah, I had that same question. Ballistically, if the tires were Kevlar lined or?
Yeah, they're run flat tires. They'll take, they'll a round will pierce them, but you're able to in most cases evacuate the vehicle from the scene, even though it's been hit with a bullet.
Okay. Our current vehicle's been out of service since June. Have we had calls where we've been in a bind and had to borrow KHP's vehicle, or what have we done?
We haven't yet, but we've have coordinated with them that that's an option for us should we have something that we need to respond to in this time where we don't have an operational vehicle. I will tell you that there is some time involved with getting that out to the scene because their driver doesn't actually live here in Salina. So we do have to allow for some time with regards to that. I can tell you there was an incident August or September of this year. Wasn't an operation that the police department was involved in directly, but more in a support role where the KBI was involved, and they were the lead agency, and they used their equipment in that case.
So essentially, since June, our officers have been without protection.
I don't know that we could say we would be without protection. It would be delayed since that time. We've made some contingency plans.
Yeah. And I did have a question on the funding, the Wilson Foundation. Can anyone elaborate on that?
Yeah, I can try to elaborate for you.
What's that?
I said I can try to elaborate for you.
Go ahead.
So this was some funds that were requested by Chief Nelson. We've received money from them previously for other projects, one of which I believe was the Vertra. And essentially, as I understand it, I haven't been involved with it directly, but make application for a particular project and the cost associated with it, and then they'll either grant or deny the request. The funds are available to us provided that the City Commission approves the request up until March of this year. If the request is not approved, then those funds go away.
So what is the origin of the Wilson Foundation, I guess is my question.
Actually, I might ask Byron if he might have a little more information on that than I.
I'm sorry I didn't completely, I'm sorry, I'm Byron Norris, and I am with the Salina Police Excellence Foundation. I didn't quite hear your entire question, Commissioner.
The Wilson Foundation, what is the origins of that? Is it connected to former Chief and Sheriff Wilson, or?
It's Sheriff Wilson's brother, and it's money that he has set aside, and as Chief Nelson alluded to, we have been, our foundation, or previous to your approval of that, our fund, did request via a grant application from them for funding. And the funds that currently are in question here are from that Wilson Foundation in the sum of $100,000.
Yeah, I did learn about that at an exhibit at the garage.
Exactly.
recently. Yeah.
You know, I didn't know the gentleman directly, but his benevolence has been quite appreciated with a couple of items that have been funded through with their help.
Well, I think it'd be proper to, upon approval and reception of this vehicle, to name it the Wilson.
I have spoken. I've spoken with the trustee in the last several months as we've been negotiating this, because as Chief Morton alluded to, there is a time frame that we had to get this money approved to be in order to be spent. So I've kept her apprised of this whole process to make sure that they're receptive and willing to be a part of this, and she's assured me every step of the way that without a doubt that's the case.
Good. That's another beautiful part of Salina, is the generosity of people.
I had the pleasure of speaking to you last week, and again, it's the benevolence of this town that has made several purchases, significant purchases, possible, that we've been able to then present to the city and to the police department.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Norris. Commissioner Davis?
No question.
I guess, is it a fair thing to say that this is just putting us on a par with our peer cities around us?
Yeah, I would agree. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, do we have any comments or questions from the public?
Richard Humphreys, Salina, Kansas. Pretty much as trickle-down contracts happen, I just remind you guys are the first and last line of defense that we have. But yeah, my intentions of a clear conduit. I hope transparency is our bond as we pledge to the state seal. Compounding Resolution 228093, along with past, current, and future conversations. Two key terms that we came to work around and for future conversations to warrant is nonviolent conflict resolution and also restorative justice. Let record keeping and public review bridge the communities building within our Salina Strong corporations, and numbers don't lie, decisions do, and hopefully good things happen. Thank you.
Good afternoon, John Blanchard, City of Salina. I apologize, I just ran in here late. I don't know if you guys had asked the questions or not, but outside of the private donations, which are always great, as far as the two funding sources from the Drug Task Force and the savings of $96,000 from the operational budget, can you elaborate on what that is? If we don't have an I-70 drug task force anymore, I mean, is that just liquidating the balance of what was in maybe those an account for that? I would hope that we wouldn't draw down any balance of a task force that we desperately need, and then I would hope that would be back operating once we have staff up to the levels that require that. And the other, so just curious about that funding. But the $96,000 from an operational standpoint, is that, what exactly is that? Is that savings from being short-staffed and therefore payroll savings? Which I would basically rather see that $96,000 come out of some sub-CIP fund, since it is equipment, and have that, if it is coming out of, it's unclear where it's coming out of, but if it is payroll savings, that go back into payroll and somehow help have that fund part of the pay plan that you guys have approved, and that has added considerable dollars to the budget. So just a clarification on those, so taxpayers know that we're not paying for equipment out of payroll, those types of things. So just looking at that. But I appreciate that that there's been a lot of support for this. Unfortunately, I think it's the times that we live in, and I think everybody wants our police officers to be as safe as possible. Thank you.
I guess you can answer the I-70, I-35.
Yeah,
funds.
with regards to those funds, we are not using all of the funds that we have available in the forfeiture funds. Even though that particular group isn't fully functional, there are still previous cases that are in the process of being resolved through court, and to this day we have funding that's coming into those accounts. This is just a portion of that funding. I can't tell you exactly what the balances are right now. With regards to the funding from the operating budget, that was from 2022. In fact, there were some savings with regards to personnel, salaries and such, and other benefits, as well as some other operating expenses that, in working with finance, that we were able to identify and could put towards this purchase should the purchase be approved by the commission.
And then I would just add, the pay plan going forward in 2023 is fully budgeted and funded.
Yeah, it's fully budgeted, and we really don't have a separate account for personnel dollars. It all comes out of the general fund, correct?
Correct. I mean, we have line item
line
budget,
item.
but,
Right.
yep.
So,
And this was not in the sub-CIP. It was an opportunity that came up, and this was how we identified to try to take care of it.
I have a question for Captain Hannes. Where the sources for training and operation of the vehicle, where will that come from?
Will be through the city budget for operational expenses for vehicles.
Will we send people somewhere to train on this vehicle, or?
Yes. Specifically to that question, Commissioner, Sergeant Kyle Tonages, who is sitting there in front of you, I believe next to Chief Morton, he and I specifically have had conversations. We have identified 2 specific trainings that we would like to organize for the SWAT team. Both of them in preparation of acquiring this vehicle. Once we see that the project is moving forward, we do have plans to have specific training for the operation and use of this type of vehicle for our officers.
thank you. Any other comments?
Norman Mantle, Salina. If the operator becomes incapacitated, can this machine be operated remotely? Because the operator might become incapacitated. That would be my concern, rescuing this vehicle if it becomes disabled. Is there an option to have that put in place for a remote operator, robotic?
Would you like me to answer that,
Yeah, go ahead.
Mayor?
Yes, please.
No, there is not an option to have a automatic driver. There will be multiple people in the vehicle. The times that the vehicle is only one person in it, it's at a stationary mode at that time. And we will have multiple people trained to operate it if for some odd circumstances somebody became incapacitated because of a medical condition would be the only thing that I could think of that we would be able to have somebody could take over immediately if that were to be the case.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I will bring this back to the commission, and before I accept a motion.
Mayor, we do have one
Oh,
online.
I'm sorry.
Looks like former Chief Brad Nelson has his hand raised.
Muted as well.
You should be able to
There
unmute
we
him.
go. Yep.
Go for it.
Go ahead. Can you hear us? We cannot hear you.
Brad, can you hear us? Can you wave your hand?
He hears us.
You have the floor.
It's unmuted, but it doesn't look like his microphone's picking up any audio.
Don't. Okay. Looks like we lost the camera. Not sure we gained video at the same time, though. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and do an explanation here while we go through that. If we move to approve this, I'm looking to the, is he back?
Yeah, it's...
Okay. Anyway, the approval of this, if we decide to approve this, there's Part A, B, and C, and it's a rather lengthy motion. And the reason that is Part A is approving the sole source purchase under the city's purchasing policy. B is authorizing the city manager to actually purchase it. And then C is the city commission confirming that we will accept the ownership of this under our policy to accept, because we don't always have to accept what's been offered to us. So it's a three-part motion if we decide to approve it under number one. So with that, I will leave it to the commission for.
Back.
Could we ask Mr. Nelson if he wants to speak? And
We can't get his microphone to work.
Hang on one second. Let me see if I can do a workaround.
waving us off.
Do it the old-fashioned way.
And if he's doing sign language, I don't read it, so can't quite tell what's going on there.
Hey, I can put you on speakerphone. We can try it that way.
My mic's on in my phone, so I have no idea why it's not working.
Okay. Well, let me put you on speakerphone, and we'll give you the floor.
Okay.
Okay? Okay. I've got you up to the microphone. Go ahead, Brad.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that, Mike. Thank you, Mr. Alpic and fellow commissioners, for providing me the opportunity to comment on this extremely important topic. Just to add a little clarity to Mr. Blanchard's concerns regarding using forfeiture funds from the Drug Task Force, I don't know if he's aware or you're aware that forfeiture funds were also used for the pay for the virtual judgment simulator that we now have on the training center. Just a little history. I was a member of the Columbia Police Department SWAT team for 10 years, including time as a team commander. As such, I do possess considerable knowledge regarding SWAT operations and their needs. You just heard Captain Hannes provide what I felt was an excellent overview for this request. The research and fundraising for a new armored vehicle actually began years ago. Our police foundation was able to raise a substantial portion of the overall cost of a new armored vehicle prior to my retirement. Not seeing this through is one of my bigger regrets, and it is my sincere hope that you approve this purchase today. I believe Captain Hannes' Blue Sheet did a superb job of advising you of the history of the department's use of an armored vehicle over the past 11 plus years. I'd like to emphasize some of his points and add a few of my own. Generally speaking, there are two situations which warrant the presence of an armored vehicle, those being a planned event and the other unplanned. An ever-evolving incident, such as a hostage situation or a barricaded subject, would warrant an armored vehicle, or, number two, when the planned deployment of the SWAT team requires its presence, such as in the service of a high-risk search warrant. Those are the two times when an actual armored vehicle would be used. As stated in the Blue Sheet, any deployment of the armored vehicle requires the chief's approval. The present vehicle that SPD has, even if it was operating, does not possess the ability to breach doors and or windows. As a result, 4 to 5 SWAT officers are placed in harm's way while making an approach to a door window where conceivably an armed subject awaits on the other side. It is important to note again that the PD is not asking for new equipment, just to replace the aging armored vehicle presently in use. I have used this analogy on many occasions, but the city's fire department possesses a ladder truck, although there rarely is an instance where one is needed. However, should a fire occur on the 7th or 8th floor of the United Building, the timely response of a SFD ladder truck could potentially save countless lives. We would not expect our fire department to have to request a ladder truck from Young City or Wichita for an active high-rise fire. The same holds true for your police department's request for a replacement armored vehicle, one specifically designed for the needs of law enforcement. I would respectfully ask that you approve this purchase of a new armored vehicle for the police department. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Okay, anyone else? Okay, with that, I bring it back to the commission for
Mayor, I
action.
move the city commission find that the specs and proven performance of the Lenco Bearcat G3 armored rescue vehicle warrant consideration of its acquisition as a sole source purchase under the city's purchasing policy from Lenco Industries. B, move we authorize the city manager to purchase a Lenco Bearcat G3 ARV as the sole source purchase from Lenco Industries Incorporated at a cost of $306,903, including shipping, upon confirmation of receipt of by the city of all funds from all sources necessary to complete the purchase as outlined in the staff report, including city operating funds in the amount of $96,903. And C, to confirm the city's willingness to accept ownership of the Lenco Bearcat G3 ARV as partially funded by a contribution from the Police Excellence Foundation of Salina in accordance with City of Salina Resolution number 23-8102.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion, a second, to approve the purchase of the Lenco Bearcat G3 using sole source purchase under the city's purchasing policy and authorizing the city manager to purchase the Lenco Bearcat G3 at a cost of $306,903 using operating funds of the city of Salina of $96,903. And the city's willingness to accept the ownership under City of Salina's resolution number 23-812. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That item passes 5-0. And before they leave, again, to kind of follow up on Commissioner Longbines, I'd like to thank those individuals that are here and participate and are part of the Police Excellence Foundation of Salina for all you do. Look forward to seeing you back here again someday. Thank you. Okay, item 6.3.
Item 6.3, approve resolution number 23-8101, appointing members to citizen boards, commissions, and committees.
Okay, we have two appointments to do today. One is to the Arts and Humanities Commission, and that is Patricia Alt-Duell, and that appointment would be through 8/31 of 2024. And the other would be to appoint Tom Dill to the Salina Community Economic Development Organization, and that term would expire on February 1st of 2026. Are there any comments or questions from the commission? Any comments or questions from the public? Okay, if not, I'll bring it back for a motion.
Mayor, I move we approve resolution number 23-80-101, appointing members to citizen boards, commissions, and committees.
Second. We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 23-8101, appointing members to citizens boards, commissions, and committees. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That passes 5-0. Takes us to item 6.4.
Item 6.4, announcement of mayor's appointment of city commissioners to various boards, commissions, and committees.
Yeah, part of serving as a city commission is each commissioner is asked to sit in on certain boards, usually as a liaison. I was glad that we asked each commissioner where they would like to serve, and I think we actually got the first and second request for each of you. So I'd like to read those off and then accept a motion to approve those. Commissioner Ryan will be serving on the Salina Housing Authority Board and the Salina Arts and Humanities Commission. Commissioner Longbine will be attending the Convention and Tourism Committee, the Salina Community Economic Development Organization, and Saline County Building Authority. Commissioner Linkowitz will attend Parks and Recreation Advisory Boards and the North Central Regional Planning Commission. Commissioner Davis will attend the Salina Airport Authority and the Salina/Saline County Building Authority. We do have 2 members that do attend that one, and those are voting members on the Salina/Saline County Building Authority. And myself will be attending the Chamber of Commerce Board and the Library Board meetings. With that, I would accept a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the appointments for the 2023 calendar. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, gentlemen, for your service. Okay, that'll lead us to 6.5.
Item 6.5, award the bid for project number 20029, Project Rise Centennial Road Channel Improvements for $1,354,499.25 with a 5% construction contingency for a total project authorization not to exceed $1,422,224.21. And authorizing the city manager to execute a contract with TNR Construction, Inc. of Salina upon fulfillment of all prerequisites under the bid documents.
Okay, Mr. Stack.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This is the first part of a larger project out in the Schwans area that we received some funds for a little over a year ago, I guess. We're finally getting the first part started. So per this map, you can kind of see the large Schwans development here, the new building, and we're actually going to have a new freezer storage area here as well. So it's a massive improvement that I'm sure you all have seen out there. A lot of this area along Centennial Road has flooded for years. Kind of a low-lying area, the channel that starts really at the east side of the airport, right up in here, south of the airport terminal. Goes all the way around through Centennial, all the way to the north, near Magnolia Road, basically, and ends north of Magnolia Road as it intercepts Dry Creek. So it's kind of a woody, just old channel. It works most of the time, but there's an area that is really bad. So a lot of the channel is not, it drains. It's woody, it's overgrown, few beaver dams, but there's one area right by Schwans that's the worst by far, with a lot of large trees down and a lot of sediment that's deposited there, and so then that's what causes everything to back up onto Centennial and even into their property. So part of the EDA project that we got some funding for was to help solve that. So we hired Wilson and Company last February, and they looked at the kind of the hydraulic area, the hydrology, the drainage area that's going in here, the new Schwans Pond that's there, and they've come up with a kind of a channel design and really just a large clearing and grubbing project, removing sediment, a lot of restoration, of course, when you remove all that you have to put in erosion matting and grass and reestablish the corridor. But that's really the bottom line of what we're going to do for, I think it's 8,000 feet. I can't remember if I said in here. I hope I did, but it's a long project, and we weren't sure in this bidding environment what that would cost. As you can see, our bids were quite a range there, and I guess on the good side, we did have a local contractor who was very interested in the project and very good at what they do, and was a very low bid. So we were pretty excited about that. And in talking with TNR contract construction here in Salina, they do a lot of work for us, and they have pretty good equipment. They just had a pretty good tree contractor that they had as a sub to help grind up some of this stuff, and they came in low at the end, and so he had a good bid for us. So it's really helpful to have that low of a bid, and there wasn't any concern that they couldn't do it for that, because everyone else was kind of around the $2 million mark, with one around the engineer's estimate at $2.7 million. So in this bidding environment, I feel like it's definitely a lot of variability there, but we're happy with a good contractor who can do it for a pretty reasonable price. I kind of went into the differences between the engineer's estimate and what we thought the low bid on kind of what the issues were. Seems like the state, any state projects right now are really kind of inflated and pretty expensive, but luckily if you can get local contractors who kind of just do work around the area and aren't working as much for the state, then they still bid pretty competitively, as you can see. So I guess as a part of this project, we have matching funds here. We have other portions of the project that will be later. Centennial Road widening for the Swans facility. Arnold Road right in this area on the south end of kind of between the big pond and the Swans facility, and any other kind of just kind of sidewalk and making sure we kind of make a full campus out of it. That's our goal anyway. So we'll see how far we get with the money, but we feel like we're in good shape right now. It's with a good bid on the drainage channel project. We feel like we've got a good chance of completing a lot of good things out there. Well, I guess I think if you have questions, I've got the map and pretty long blue sheet, but I kind of just hit the highlights, so we'll stand for questions.
Okay, start in here. Mr. Ryan, any questions?
I guess that's why we bid things.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money on the table.
Commissioner Davis?
No.
Questions for you?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Any questions or comments from the public?
Thank you.
Okay, if not, I would bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor Hoppick, I move that we approve a motion awarding the bid for project number 20,029, Project Rise Centennial Road Channel Improvement to TNR Construction Incorporated for $1,354,499.25 with a $67,724.96 construction contingency for a total project authorization not to exceed $1,422,224.21, and authorizing the city manager to execute the contract upon fulfillment of all prerequisites under the bid documents.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second, to approve project number 20029, Project Rise Centennial Road Channel Improvements with TNR Construction, with contingency not to exceed $1,422,224.21, and authorize the city manager to execute the contract. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Your mic.
No, I didn't have that on. Turned it off already. Okay. Okay, that brings us to 6.6.
Item 6.6, authorize the city manager to execute a contract for professional services with M Squared Architects for design and inspection services for a new sanitation and equipment storage building.
Mr. Kulak.
Mayor, Commissioners, Jim Kowach, Operations Manager for Public Works. This is in conjunction with Troy Reinert, our Facilities Manager, or person that does our facilities maintenance, coordinates all the facilities maintenance for parks and city buildings. We're coming to you today to consider authorizing the city manager to execute a contract for professional services, which includes engineering and architectural design and contract administration with M Squared Architects and Design, administrative services for the new sanitation and equipment storage building. We've been in front of several of you multiple times talking about the new sanitation equipment and storage building, and for new commissioners, it is to be located at the General Services Yard, just 4 blocks east here at 412 East Ash. We tore down a Quonset building last summer. We've still got some salt spreader rack relocation to complete. We're in the Troy Reiner, the facilities managers, went through the sending out proposals or getting proposals from 4 different architectural firms, or he sent it out to 4 different architectural and engineering firms here in town, and he got 2 responses back on the actual design of the building, which includes the mechanical and electrical, the foundations, the complete
pre-engineered steel building that will be used to house the 6 new sanitation trucks as well as 2 additional storage bays for our streets department. Troy asked for quotes from 4 different folks. He got 2 back, both reputable firms here in town. M Squared Architects had the lowest quote, and they did meet the qualifications or the requirements in the documents that Mr. Reinert sent out. So we're recommending award to M Squared Architects. There is a list, or their proposal was attached for your information. It includes the design work as well as some contract administration work for review of shop drawings, weekly visits with the contractor, some of those types of things. But it doesn't necessarily cover all the plotting, printing, postage, some miscellaneous things that also go with those types of contracts. So we're asking for a 10% contingency to go along with that. Brings the total up to $27,225. I go into the explanation of where all the funding came from for as far as the Quonset hut demolition. M Squared Architects, this money is to come from the sanitation fund and to be bonded later with the building. All the rest of the funding there is coming from multiple places. Some of these, salt spreader rack relocation is coming from salary savings from last year as well, kind of like a previous item that was identified. This particular item, it only amounts to $27,225, which is technically within the city manager's right to approve, but it is a sub portion of a much bigger project that we're, with the new building, the relocation work, the architectural fees. This is in excess of a $500,000 project. So we want to make sure that you guys are aware of it and you're going along with it all the way. So we respectfully are requesting you to approve the selection of M Squared Architects and authorize the city manager to execute professional services with M Squared Architects for the design and construction inspection, actually it's administration, and proposed sanitation building in the amount not to exceed $27,225. That's the proposal amount plus 10% contingencies. If you don't do that, you can ask us, or you can approve the award of it with amendments, or you can choose to send us in a different direction if you so desire. I'll stand for any questions. And Troy is here if you have any technical questions about the building design.
Mr. Linkowitz? Mr. Longbone?
The 10% contingency, that kind of exceeds our normal is 5%, isn't it?
Well,
that seems like a lot.
Well, the percentage is high. When it comes to design work and design professionals, $3,000 really doesn't buy you a lot because of the extent of their skills and the length of time that it takes for them to prepare their work. That it is above a normal 5%, but the dollar value of roughly $3,500 is, we consider it to be necessary to complete the contract.
Okay. And is there a timeline to get this built?
The proposed timeline is once this is approved, M Squared Architects said that they could get to work on it and could probably have plans complete in 6 to 8 weeks. Once plans are complete for submittal, we do have to go through the city process to get the building permit approved still, which is one of the expenses that we also need to pay. That takes another 3 to 4 weeks to get a building permit. Once we get everything squared away, we will advertise this for bids, which takes another 3 to 4 weeks to advertise, accept bids, analyze those bids, and bring them back to you. So we're hoping to get this bid and quotes back to you sometime midsummer. With the way things are going right now, ordering materials, especially for a building of this nature, may take some time. So we may or may not be able to start this spring, but we're hoping that because of the location, that once materials are received, they can continue to work on the building either this fall or next winter and have it for our use by next spring. And by next spring, I say spring of 2024.
A year from now.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
That's the proposed schedule, or what we're anticipating.
Commissioner Davis?
No question.
Commissioner Okay, any questions or comments from the public? Okay, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor, I move we approve the selection of M2 Architects and authorize the city manager to execute the professional services agreement with M2 Architects for the design and construction and inspection of the proposed sanitation building in an amount not to exceed $27,225.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the selection of M Squared Architects and authorize the city manager to execute the professional services agreement not to exceed $27,225. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That passes 5-0. That takes us to item 6.7.
Item 6.7, authorize the city manager to execute an agreement between the City of Salina and Forvis LLP, certified public accountant, for an audit of city records for the years ending December 31, 2022, 23, and 24, with 2 one-year possible extensions.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Debbie Pack, Director of Finance. In December of 2022, our previous auditors, Gordon CPA LLC, had completed our 2021 fiscal audit and were at the end of their 3-year contract with us and notified us that they would no longer be performing municipal audits. So staff prepared and went out for a request for proposal in December of 2022. We sent that request out directly to 12 local and regional known municipal audit firms, as well as we posted it on the website and published it in the local paper. As a response to our request to the direct request, we had several responses from many of those firms that they were no longer doing municipal audits. We did receive 2 responses to the proposals. An evaluation team consisting of the director, myself, the deputy director of finance, and the deputy city manager reviewed the qualifications of both respondents and felt like both of them were qualified and met the qualifications of the RFP. After reviewing that, we reviewed their cost comparisons and their cost proposals. The cost proposal was for Forvis was the lowest bid. So upon review of that, we contacted their references for Forvis and received very favorable references as far as their ability to meet requirements, their working relationships with this firm, with the auditees, experience with cities of our size, and their history providing reports in a timely manner. One specific reference also indicated that their size allows them to be able to provide a wide array of resources, which in this time of influx of so many different opportunities and situations that the city has become involved in, ARPA money, STAR bond money, things like that, and all these grants, we felt like that was a really bonus for us and having a relationship with Forvis. The cost of this engagement, the first year is $64,770. That includes the STAR bond audit, the single audit for grants, and the audit of the financial statements. The cost of that engagement will be split 50-50 between the general fund and the water and sewer fund. Staff has identified the following options for City Commission consideration. Authorize the city manager to execute the agreement with Forvis LLP for audit services for fiscal years ending December 31st, 2022, 2023, and 24, as proposed. Amend the authorization as you deem appropriate. Postpone authorization, providing staff with direction on additional information requested to move forward, or deny authorization, which would leave the city without an audit engagement for 2022 and could delay the completion of this year's audit. Staff recommends option number 1. I would stand for questions, and I believe we also have Michael Gerber from Forvis LLP on Zoom if anyone has any questions about the firm or about this, the process of the audit.
Okay. Any commissioners have any question for Ms. Pack?
No.
Okay. Any comments or questions from the public? Okay. This might be fairly easy. Guess we have to have an audit, so I'm not sure what else we do, so I bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor, I move we authorize the city manager to execute the agreement with Forvis LLP for audit services for the fiscal years ending December 31st, 2022, 2023, 2024.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve, to authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Forvis LLP for audit services for fiscal years ending December 31st, 2022, 2023, and 2024. All of those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? That passes 5-0. Thank you. That brings us to item 6.8.
Item 6.8, authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Overland Contracting, Inc. for Phase 2 of the Wastewater Treatment Plant Improvement Project, project number 20028.
Ms. Tasker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Martha Tasker, Director of Utilities. And also here today is James Grenier. You've saw him when we did the study session back in November. He's the Regional Director for Water Design Build with Black and Beach, and our contract is with Overland Contracting Incorporated, which is a Black and Beach company that provides the construction services. Also by Zoom, we have Jessica Adams-Weber, who you've seen here several times as our owner's rep for the project. And I note that Paige Burks is also on. She's our project manager with Black and Beach, so we have a kind of a larger group that can help answer questions when we get to the end, should there be some. But this topic is really a follow-up to the wastewater treatment plant cost update that we did back in November. The wastewater treatment plant project is being executed in 2 phases. Phase 1 was development of the 90% design documents and ultimately the guaranteed maximum price, which we've got to that point. And we're ready to move to Phase 2, which includes completing the design, taking them from 90% to 100% design, construction, performance testing, startup, and ultimately operator training and the facility and operation. The agreement for Phase 2 is based on the Design Build Institute of America standard documents, and it's been modified for this specific project. The Kansas Department of Health and Environment, the design builder, HDR, City of Salina, staff, legal counsel, and risk manager have all reviewed and approved their applicable components for the contract documents. The contract documents include the standard form of agreement between the owner and design builder. It's based on a cost plus fixed fee with the guaranteed maximum price and the applicable general conditions. There are 6 exhibits. The first exhibit was the guaranteed maximum price, Exhibit A. I don't know if any of you tried to open that in Laserfish, but it's well over 1,000 pages of documents, but it's basically the information we'll be able to compare to down the road as we look at the cost for this project. The other exhibits, B through F, are what you typically see in contracts. That would be from the bonds to the insurance. The contract time for this project will begin 5 days after the design builder is given the notice to proceed, and that'll occur once the contract documents are signed by all parties. And we have the bonds and insurance in hand, and they've been approved. The design builder anticipates that they'll mobilize to the wastewater treatment plant site mid-year of 23. This gives some time for the materials to make it to the site and get equipment delivered to the site and be more efficient with the costs of the general conditions. The main goal for this project has been to remove the nutrients from the wastewater treatment plant effluent. And when we look at the overall schedule for this project, we're looking at roughly in November of 2025. There's 2 interim schedules. One is for total phosphorus compliance, and that's expected in July of 2024. And the second is total nitrogen compliance, which is expected in June of 2025. And those are the items that pertain to the KDHE permit for effluent to the Smoky Hill River. So by meeting those accomplishments, KDHE is on board with our schedule. The contract also includes an allowance of roughly $353,000. It's for 4 items that pertain from tuck pointing to masonry to concrete repair, also removing solids from the digesters and control and power cables. They've been visually inspected. Costs were developed for those items, but you often don't know what the actual cost of that will be till you start doing the work in the field. So these are the best numbers we have now. We're not saying they're the exact number. They could be more, they could be less, but that's an allowance and it's defined, and the costs are developed in the documents of the GMP. The contract guaranteed maximum price is $37,075,533. This guaranteed maximum price includes a contingency in the amount of $2,965,267. And that contingency is for the exclusive use of the design builder for any incurred costs that are other than a change order. And those were all agreements that we went through and looked at when we did our study session. Typically, that contingency is not available to the owner since we're guaranteed maximum price. Where we would see a change in the cost would be often if the owner asked for a change in scope, something different over and above what was in the contract documents, and or some force majeure item, that act of God or whatever, that could be a cost that no one was able to contemplate in the beginning. Lost my page here. Give me a second. There's also a savings component to the contract, and it basically is the sum of the actual cost less the guaranteed maximum price. And that savings will be shared between the design builder and the owner, 65% to the design builder, 35% to the owner. The wastewater treatment plant currently is funded through the KDHE Kansas Water Pollution Control Revolving Loan Fund. We have an executed loan in the amount of $31.5 million. And at the study session in November, we discussed that loan amount be amended to $41.5 million. The 2022-2026 water and wastewater rate study was based on an anticipated loan amount of $40 million. The annual payment for $40 million is estimated to be $2.3 million, and it's scheduled to begin in 2024 in our water and sewer rates. The annual payment for $41.5 million is $2.37 million, or $70,000 additional per year in payment. Tried to think of somehow to compare that to what that might mean, but really it's about 1/3 of 1% of our total utilities fund. And speaking with Debbie Pack, the finance director, we feel like that will just will be absorbed in our annual budgets. We've confirmed with the Kansas Department of Health and Environment that they'll amend our loan to the $41.5 million, and it will remain at the 1.3% interest rate. The total project cost is $41,633,672. That concludes all the engineering in Phase 1A and 1B, HDR, owner's rep services, and our guaranteed maximum price. And currently we're proposing we'll amend the loan amount to $41.5 million. The final cost will be determined at the completion of the project. In the event that it's much different than the 41.5, we could amend the loan again. We may not get the 1.3% interest rate at that time, but or we would pay that small difference out of our water and wastewater cash reserve. We've identified 4 options. The first is to authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Overland Contracting for Phase 2 of the wastewater treatment plant improvements projects with a guaranteed maximum price of $37,075,533. Option 2, authorize execution of the agreement with amendments you may wish to have added. We could postpone execution of the agreement to a specified date and work with any staff or direction you might have for us, or vote to deny execution of the agreement, which would result in us not meeting the 2020 discharge permit requirements from KDHE for our wastewater treatment facility. Staff recommends option 1. I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have or ask someone else either on the line, by Zoom, or James in the audience.
Look to my left, any questions?
Nope. In that letter from Ms. Hendricks from the KDHE, there's like a caveat to me that they need to request a financial analysis from our contracted financial consultant prior to proceeding with the formal loan amendment. Is that?
That process is standard for all of our agreements or loan agreements with them. We have to provide our budget and our financial standings. Our 2023 budget obviously takes us to the $40 million number, which they didn't have when we were working on the 31.5. So they're aware of where we're at with the budget, but their process requires all of these steps to be followed for a loan amendment. So it's, I guess
Their financial consultants, they have a good read on there, and they might not.
Right,
They're
and
not
we've
going to adjust
submitted.
this 1.3.
We've submitted for the PFAS project and for the lead service lines, and this is the drill for all projects. So it's nothing we don't expect, and I don't believe there'll be any issues, since we're really only looking at that 1.5 million over and above what was in our water and sewer rates.
Yeah. Thank you.
From the November study session, all I recall is the hearing from Black and Veatch and HDR, and now this Overland Contracting. Can anyone elaborate how Overland Contracting comes into the picture?
Certainly.
Sounds like a question for you.
It does, it does. So Overland Contracting is a wholly owned subsidiary of Black and Veatch Corporation. We have two contracting entities that hold our contractor licenses, so they're effectively the same, part of the same company. They're just a different entity that we use because we have to hold contractors licenses in certain states. I'm not sure if Kansas is required to have that, but that's how we operate as a business.
Okay. And also, it stuck in my mind at the November session that there's a price of around $72 million. Was that my off base there?
We can do it for 72 million if you'd rather, but
You're off base. Don't do that to me.
Commissioner Linkwitz.
Not really a question, just a comment on that 1.3 APR. I don't imagine we'll see that again, ever. So, hopefully I'm wrong.
I know that future agreements down the road and loan documents that occur after the original time, we'll be looking at different interest rates, but we asked early for this and they agreed to allow that, but I don't expect that will be in the future either.
Well, thank you for having the foresight to do that.
Well, we were sure that additional dollars were going to be needed, so we're just trying to set the groundwork to get the best deal we can.
And I guess for the public, these are improvements that are required. This isn't optional, so they want to know why we're spending this amount of money on. Quick question, when we originally did the loan amount with KDHE and we thought that 31.5 was that in 2015, 2016? When was that? So
we started a study that probably in 2015, 2016. It was probably wrapped up in 2017. And so the dollars are fairly back there. And as we moved into the project, we came to some work that we wanted to do in the digester complex. And once we started in the digester complex, we opened up the National Fire Protection Code and some additional requirements, which are all good for the safety of our employees into the future. So it's
So some of this is because the scope's has been expanded somewhat, and then the other would be probably through cost of materials, so.
cost of materials, labor, and right now we're still in that a little bit of quandary on when materials and such might be available and the cost of that and what that might do to the overall construction project. But we did add some additional components to the work initially in the digester complex.
So when we talked about the rate adjustments, so 2023 rates and going forward took into consideration the 40 million. So we have that built into our rate structure into
Yes,
the
it
future.
did. 40 million, and Debbie had estimated that at 2.3 million for obviously at the 1.3%. We'll get an actual number from KDHE, but it'll be in that ballpark.
If I could add a little context, it's definitely the NPDES permit requirements, but it's also the age of the facility. I mean, we have maximized the useful life of that facility, and there's different portions of it that are different ages, but how old would you describe it to be, Martha?
The original oldest structure is one of the storage for secondary digester, and it was put in 1926. And then we've done upgrades in the 50s and the 60s when the air base and such was going on.
We've had your color chart.
Yeah,
many
you've seen
times
that,
up here,
so
seeing
it spreads over.
Yeah.
Well, if we could, before we get done, if we get done in 25, we'll be 1 year short of 100 years.
And so I guess my point is you've got kind of preserving that useful life and maximizing that. We also knew that we had other improvements that were needed that we deferred and planned for and rolled into this project. And then we have been anticipating this as well as groundwater contamination as we've been doing the rate studies for quite some time. So admittedly, it's a big ticket item. Guaranteed maximum price contracting is not something we do every day, but in this particular instance, in this particular market, it gives us a little bit of certainty. If we weren't doing a GMP contract, we'd just be going to market right now and taking our chances. So we've tried to negotiate, we've tried to plan ahead, we've tried to budget accordingly, and then we've tried to negotiate a contract that protects our interests the best we can.
And allows us, if there is a savings or the contingency isn't used, that is cost we see back. And the general, or the documents for the GMP, if you take a look through that, you'll see that it's very detailed, and we'll be able to track each and every cost for the project to ensure that our end dollars spent are fair and reasonable.
Okay. Any comments or questions from the public?
Go ahead.
Norman Mantle, Salina, I know you said this project is bonded, but when you said Black and Veatch, I was on a job up in Nebraska in 1976 and 77. They changed contractors in the middle of the contract. So I know you said they're bonded. I'm questioning the viability of this company.
John Blanchard. First, Commissioner Longbine, you said 72 million. Maybe what you're thinking of is this is 41 million. The water treatment facility out south was 32 million. That gets us to 72 million, roughly. So you were right on it. Which brings me, I have a couple of questions. And the first one being on that is at the South Water Treatment Plant, the ticket price was 32 million, but the financing charges added up to nearly $8 million. So that's a $40 million ticket to the taxpayer the water user, and consequently also wastewater user. My first question is in the consumer lending world, they give a truthfulness in financing, and they basically make you put a statement out there that says, this is what the project costs, this is what the financing costs, this is the total cost. So can we get an anticipated total cost? Second is related to the ratepayers, the customers. What do we anticipate now the wastewater? We know we jumped up because of the water fees. What should the user anticipate to be a jump in their fees, and how often will that be increased? And so what are the expectations for the citizen and the user? And then I might just add, and this isn't that important, it's just kind of a throwaway, but I hear a lot of people talk to me about their water bill, and that in the winter, and I've experienced it myself, in the winter, my water bill, let's just say, is for 2,500 gallons. My wastewater bill is for 2,500 gallons. And that makes sense. I'm not washing my car in the winter. I'm not watering my grass in the winter. I'm not doing any of that in the winter. But in the summer, when I water my grass extensively and my water usage goes up to 4,000 gallons, why is it that I continue to pay 4,000 gallons for wastewater? So a lot of people ask me that. I'm sure a lot of people ask you guys that too. But my main questions are the first two. What do we expect the total cost to be, and what is the impact on people's water and wastewater bills? Thank you.
This may take a tag team, but I'll take a shot at it.
I'll let Debbie's on
Debbie
her
will
way
have
up too, so go ahead,
a
Martha.
piece of it. I see her coming. I give her the eye. We will get a detailed list from KDHE for our repayment, and it'll show principal and interest for the entire 20-year period. So that's a part of our loan amendment, and it'll be based on the 41.5. So that's public information whenever that document is reviewed and approved. I'm not sure where we go on the, I'm going to skip one and let Debbie have one, but move to the rates. The sewer rates are based on a winter quarter in the winter, which is, I'm going to say January, February, and March. And so it should be when you're using lower volumes of water, and that's what your sewer rate is set on. It's not set on the actual water that you use in the summer months, because obviously a lot of it is not going down the sewer, washing cars and lawns and all of that. So there is a mechanism to try to match that winter quarter with winter usage. And then the rates, I might let
Martha, you
Debbie
might touch on the
cover.
overage charge, though.
That's on the excess use of water in the summer.
Right, so if they're yard watering, they could be subject to
An excess use on the
charge.
water side, but it wouldn't
Right.
have any effect on the wastewater side.
Correct, but
Right.
in terms of their bill, they,
Right. I was trying to address the wastewater question there, so I'd be glad to take a look at
The
anybody's.
wastewater rate should be based on the first quarter consumption.
Yes, in January, February, and March, and they calculate that every year for all residential customers. Commercial, some are based on meter related because of the type of business they do, and industrial, there's several combination there, but for a residential customer, their sewer should be based on that winter quarter. And I'll stop with that. Debbie, I'm going to let you tell the rate story since you're better at it.
And I can answer some of those questions too about the billing. In the rate study that we did for the 2023 rates, we did not increase rates in 2023, as you recall, because we were trying to get the budget to kind of mellow out and flatten out to where it actually is, because what we've seen historically is we budget an amount and we don't spend that amount, whether it's because we don't have staff or we can't get projects done or whatever. So in 2023, we tried to say we're going to just put a stop on it. We're going to just let it rest a minute, and let's see how things go. When we did the 5-year study, we anticipated that that rate would go up 3%, but we also showed you in that model that at 3%, we would never be able to maintain the budget that we were carrying forward, but we haven't determined what that budget really needs to be. We've spent between $16 and $18 million a year. Our budget's about $23 million a year, so we really have to settle into what that budget's going to be. It's a projection. We don't know what those numbers are going to be. I will respond to, though, in the 5 years that I've been here, what Martha and I have tried to do with that projection is to level out those increases so that when we add this $40 million project, we're not raising rates 15% in 1 year. We've tried to make those leveled out 2-3%. I think the highest I've ever seen in 5 years is 3.5%. So that we are budgeting, we're building up to that and not having to do a 15% increase or something like that, like Wichita had to do last year or the year before. The other question was, how much is this costing us? If you think about the payment back, we budgeted at $2.3 million. We would anticipate that that's going to be about $2.4 million with the added. So that over 40 years is about $48 million on a $42 million project. So you could assume that the difference is in interest and in admin fees. If that makes sense.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the public? Okay, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor Hoppick, I move we authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Oberlin Contracting Incorporated for Phase 2 of the Wastewater Treatment Plant Improvement Project, project number 20028, with a guaranteed maximum price of $37,075,533.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Overland Contracting, Inc. for Phase 2 of the Wastewater Treatment Plant Improvement Project, project number 20028, with a guaranteed maximum price of $37,075,533. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That also passes 5-0. That will bring us to 6.9.
Item 6.9, excuse me, authorize the city manager to approve a change order for project number 22031, Bill Burke turf improvements to Nemaha Sports Construction for certain fencing improvements in the amount of $52,791.
Mr. Hammond.
Hello, Mayor and Commissioners. Jeff Hammond, Parks and Recreation Director, bringing before you today a consideration for a proposed change order for the Bill Burke Turf Project. In 2022, there were 2 actions by the governing body that relates to Bill Burke for this project. One was design and engineering from Schwab Eaton for the design of turf. For the infields at Bill Burke to design turf for those infields. And then in October, a contract was awarded to Nemaha Sports Construction for $1,726,000. The critical path for Nemaha for their scope of work was to install synthetic turf on 8 infields at Bill Burke, and provide a method of stormwater to be removed from those synthetic turf infields to the river. Let's see, the improvements included, as far as this kind of phase 1, if you will, for Bill Burke, those 8 infields for turf with that under drainage underneath the turf, bathroom improvements at Bill Burke Park, concession and staff changing room improvements as well at Bill Burke Park. These items were on our critical path, and we wanted to get them started right away to reduce the chance of it impacting the public use of Bill Burke. The second phase of these improvements that were identified were fencing improvements, dugout improvements, and Berkeley Family Recreational Area drainage improvements. Let's see. To date, construction of Bill Burke started in November of 2022. To date, Nemaha Sports Construction has completed On fields 2, 4, 5, and 6, excavation, grading, most of the concrete curb and turf anchoring, installation of a non-porous liner, sub-drainage, and aggregate rock material for drainage. They're working on stormwater drainage. They've completed stormwater drainage to the river for fields 4 through 6, 4, 5, and 6. And they're working on storm drainage for fields 1, 2, and 3. And they're also beginning excavation work on fields 1 and 3. The concrete curb around the synthetic turf footprint serves two purposes. One is an anchoring point for the turf, and as a containment device for the non-porous liner, sub-drainage, and aggregate rock drainage bed. The original intent for the proposed fencing improvements as part of Phase 2 includes 6-foot fences and replacing the 4-foot fence that's there now, and the addition of a rolling gate rather than a current swing gate. The proposed 17-foot rolling gate would better serve staff who work to maintain the natural grass outfield and the new synthetic turf infield. Half that gate would be allowing people to access the natural grass, and half would be the synthetic turf, which would of course allow mowers to stay on the natural grass, and synthetic turf groomers to be onto the synthetic turf. As the project got underway, it became apparent that it would be more effective to place the desired footers for the proposed 6-foot fence and gate support posts, since they're in the same location as the curb and the turf nailer for the turf. The change order transfers a portion of that work that was designed for Phase 2 to this phase. The area in question we're referring to is adjacent to the dugouts on all 8 fields on the both sidelines, left and right field. And it goes from the dugout to the edge of the synthetic turf that is being installed. The change order allows for the concrete, labor and material for concrete, labor and material for the fencing posts, and the associated dirt work and time to accommodate the proposed work. As with all phases of the project, the funds used from this come from the $4 million project allocation, partially funded by cash reserves or cash funds, and $2.5 million of bond financing from transient guest sales tax funds. Staff has 4 options for your consideration for the change order. Authorize the city manager to approve a change order for project 22031 in the amount of $52,791 to Nemaha Sports Construction. Option 2, authorize the city manager to approve the change order with amendments as the city commission deems appropriate. 3, postpone consideration of the proposed change order, or 4, take no action and not approve the change order. Staff recommends option number 1, and I would stand for any questions that you might have.
Any questions, comments from the commission?
Well, we got the whole team here. Is the project on schedule? And when do you anticipate delivery of the restrooms?
The weather has, so 2 questions. The weather in December put us back 10 to 14 days because of the freezing temperatures around Christmas holiday. We had a half-inch of rain earlier in the month of December, and then we had this last moisture last week, so that certainly impacted the timeline. We are going to evaluate at the end of this month how much that rain and that moisture has caused an impact to the overall project schedule. The CXT bathroom units are on order, and they are close to being prepared to be shipped. However, we're scheduling delivery March 1st right now for those bathroom units.
So is site prep underway for the restrooms?
Not at this time, no, but that's what we're preparing for before that delivery of March 1st.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's good idea. Looking forward to set these posts while we're pouring concrete.
Yes, that curb, that area of curb that contains that under drainage and aggregate rock is directly in the same spot where the posts would go.
And I know the fence is supposed to be a black vinyl coated mesh. So we're just putting the posts in now. So we're going to just put a temporary fence in, or when will the total fencing be done? That's kind of a phase 2. Is that looking at next year?
It's anticipated that we, once the turf is completed, that we would pick up phase 2 portions. The design and engineering team are from Schwab Eaton are working on those designs right now. Okay. And our hopes, our intent, which is proposed at this time, is to continue to pick up and have that done right away, because there would be, if we don't put mesh up, we won't have mesh, but we will need to have mesh up there.
Yeah, I didn't know if we'd have to put a temporary fence up for, part of the summer, or how that was going to work, but that's for you guys to work out, not me, so. Okay. Any questions or comments from the public? Okay, I will bring this back to the commission for action.
Mayor, I authorize the city manager to approve a change order for project number 22031, Bill Burke Turf Improvements to Nemaha Sports Construction for certain fencing improvements in the amount of $52,791.
I'll second that.
Got a motion and a second to approve a change order for project 22031, Bill Burke Turf Improvements to Nemaha Sports Construction for certain fencing in the amount of fencing improvements in the amount of $52,791. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That passes 5-0. That will take us to item 7.1. Thank you, Mr. Hammond.
Item 7.1, authorize the city manager to execute a license agreement with Delta Communications LLC, DBA Clearway Fiber, to allow the installment of fiber optic and related facilities within the public rights-of-way in the city of Salina for both commercial and residential services.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. You have before you this evening a proposed right-of-way use agreement between the City of Salina and Clearwave Fiber. And Clearwave Fiber is a newly formed company that's focusing on expanding their network in the state of Kansas. They're currently working in a number of communities in Kansas and are preparing to enter the Salina market. And so they're plan is to use the city's right-of-way to install, maintain, and operate a fiber optic network so that their customers can be provided with data, telecommunications, and other services. And their service plan has been looked at by the city's legal counsel, and it's been determined that because they're only offering residential voice over internet protocol service and broadband internet service, the city is not able to require them to enter into a franchise agreement or assess any franchise fees to Clearwave Fiber. However, the city still has authority to exercise its authority to manage and use the public right-of-way, and so this agreement is being prepared to establish the general terms and conditions under which Clearwave will use the city's right-of-way. And so before they begin any construction under this agreement, they will need to obtain separate permits from the City Public Works Department that will ensure that all the excavations and installations are approved. They have a fairly aggressive schedule, and so they've been having pre-meetings with the Public Works Department on and submitting permits in batches, because there'll be fairly extensive use of the right-of-way to install this fiber optic network. I did want to note that this particular agreement that's before you is not unique. It's a format that's been fairly standardized and has been used for other providers, so it's not the product of extensive or unique negotiations. So before you this evening, you have the option of authorizing the city manager to sign the right-of-way users agreement with Delta Communications doing business as Clearwave Fiber. You could postpone consideration of this item to allow staff or Clearwave to provide additional information, or you could decide to not authorize the city manager to sign the agreement. We do want to note that if you do not authorize the mayor to sign the agreement, the city cannot prevent Delta Communications LLC from using the city's right-of-way. We only have the authority to reasonably regulate the use of our right-of-way, and we think that failure to approve an agreement would prevent the city from effectively managing this project and the use of the right-of-way. So with that, staff would be open to any questions. Mr. Teutsch in Public Works, Sean Hennessy, myself have been working on this. We also have Kayla Maxfield here from Clearwave Fiber, and she'd be in the best position to talk to you about their goals and what they're trying to provide for the community. So I'd just see if you have any questions about the agreement itself.
Any questions for Mr. Andrews? If not, I'd allow Kayla to tell us a little bit about her company and where they see themselves serving the city of Salina.
Well, thank you very much, Commission. I won't bore you with a long presentation, but we do have one that is there in your packets, and so I'm happy to delve into any further questions you might have. I'll just kind of give you a thumbs up so we can just roll through. So we are Clearwave Fiber, and we are focused on bringing fiber to the home, fiber to the premise network to the city of Salina. That is different than any current provider that you do have. Most cities do not have a fiber to the home or fiber to the most, I will caveat this, most do not have a fiber to the home network available for their residents. Usually it's just a commercial. So that's really our main focus. We'll also provide commercial services as well. But the reliability of fiber is something after the pandemic, with all the ARPA funds, there's BEAD funding, there's really been a big push, not only federally, but on the state level to provide good broadband services to the citizens and residents of Kansas and the nation. So that's something that we are focusing on. We were formed in early 2022 from Hargrave Fiber. That is part of our business that is in the southeast, so our headquarters is in Savannah, Georgia. And then also Clearwave Communications, which is based out of Illinois. We do have financial backing of several different entities, so I'm not here today to ask for any match funding, which is, that's a pretty standard that companies do that. We are 100% capital funded, so that's something that we're very proud of. The only thing that we ask for from the city is just to work with us on our permitting, on our construction, and have an open partnership and lines of communication, which city staff has been great to work with so far, and we just look for a continued partnership in that way. Unlike many other providers, we do focus and we do pride ourselves on having a local presence. So our Kansas headquarters is actually in Gardner, Kansas. We are working our way to the east. So Salina will be the farthest, or I'm sorry, to the west. Salina is the farthest west that we have that we are working on so far, but we do have several other communities just south of you guys. I probably shouldn't name them just yet, but we are going to be building those areas as well. So we want to have a strong presence. Also, something that we focus on is, like I said, a partnership. We want to be involved in the community. We'd like to be involved in the Chamber of Commerce. If there's any opportunities for sponsorships or anything that we can do with the local schools, we really strive to do that. So that's something that we're proud of. And then just the difference in an all fiber network versus, you can keep going on this side, yeah. Fiber is the gold standard. Fiber optics are the gold standard. Most communities and most people have either DSL or cable services. With fiber, the customer will get the same download and upload speeds, 99.9% update or uptime for their connectivity. The reliability of fiber is unmatched, second to none. So that's something that we're going to be able to provide your citizens as a future-proof, scalable network that enables business growth. We've seen it time and time again. It's a big economic driver. I know many businesses, one thing that they'll ask the economic development team is, do you have fiber capability? What is that? Is your community fiber ready? So that's something that's really going to give Salina a leg up to have that opportunity and those options for potential business and economic growth, a real driver. So, like I said, we would like to be involved in, local activities if we can. And then something that we will work with city staff, we know that construction can be cumbersome and it can be a disruption to the community. So we want to make sure that your residents have a direct line of communication if they have any questions about construction or services in general, that they know who to call and they know how to get a hold of us, and so we can alleviate or answer any of those questions, because we don't want them to call city staff when often that does happen and city staff says, well, that's Clearwave. So some of the things that we do is we have an extensive communication plan that we will put out with the residents. We'll do door hangers, we'll do direct mail pieces, we'll put out a press release, and then social media content updates. We can work with city staff to put a landing page on their website if they'd like, and really have that open lines of communication. That way the residents know who we are and what we're doing, so that if they have any questions, they can come to us directly. So that was a hard and fast overview, so I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys might have. Thank you.
Any questions from commission?
So are you based out of Gardner?
So I actually live in Emporia, Kansas. Which Emporia, Kansas was, we built one of the very first all-fiber networks in the state. So I still live there, but our headquarters is in Gardner, yes.
Okay. And why did Clearwave choose Salina?
Good question. So we do have an extensive market selection team. Some of the things that we look at are proximity to our current network, which Kansas, long story short, there are main fiber lines that run all throughout the state of Kansas. So that was one, is proximity to transport lines. Two, we look at demographics. We look at the incumbents, we look at the current competitors and see if they are building fiber. And our research has found that they are not upgrading at the scale at this time. And then really just the overall need for the residents. Also, one thing that we do look at is the overall willingness of the city and the community to work with us. And Salina, the staff has been great. So that helps us move our process along as well. So Salina definitely looked like an attractive market for us.
Okay, so AT&T's been boring and pulling fiber over this past year, so that process will just continue
with us.
With Clearwave?
Yes.
Yeah.
I will caveat also, the AT&Ts and the other companies of the world, they've been in your community for years. Sometimes they piecemeal certain fiber areas, so new subdivisions or just for cell towers or just for businesses. We are focused on the residential piece. That's really a piece that we are seeing in the industry is left behind by some of the bigger ones, so that's our main focus. We'll actually work to build the residential piece before the commercial.
Thank you.
I assume Gold Standard comes with a price. Are you going to roll us out to the entire community, and what's the timeline on that? Are there some areas that are going to get serviced quicker than others because of market dynamics, or
Great question.
What's the build out date?
Great question. So we would like to start construction. We would have loved to start construction in December, but the staff said, Kayla, hold on, we've got to go through the processes. So here we are. But we would like to start construction hopefully within the next 30 to 60 days. We do have part of our facilities team is meeting with the Planning Commission on the 31st of this month, so we can have our hut placement. And a community this size, we understand that we'd like to build as fast as we can, but we know that as far as locates, city staff have other things to do other than just man a project for Clearwave to come in. So we know we can't come in and push super hard. We would love to have a project this size done within about 18 to 24 months. And that is an aggressive timeline, but the reason we do that is we know the residents are tired of seeing people in their right of way, or so. Our approach is, let's just rip the Band-Aid off, do the construction, restore everything the way that we can, and be out of their hair, so that way the residents can get on with their daily lives. So that's our goal, is in 18 to 24 months. Oh, also, I will mention, you're exactly right. This is an extensive cost as well. Clearwave Fiber is going to be looking at about an $18 million investment into the community of Salina, and that's 100% funded by us. So I'll throw that caveat out there that we're not asking for any match funding or anything else, which is very common in today's fiber build and broadband world.
I think Commissioner Ryan was getting at, are you going to be competitively priced?
Oh, very good question. So from a residential standpoint, absolutely. Our pricing will start, by the way, I'll say we have no contracts, no data limits, so they can sign up for service. If they're not happy, they can leave at any time. We believe in having good customer service so the residents or the people want to stay. Our plans will range from 250 meg, that's on the download and upload. I will say that having synchronous service is something that no cable provider or DSL provider can provide without fiber, so that is a difference there. 250 meg on the download and upload starting at $65 a month. 500 meg will be $75 a month, and then 1 gig, $85 a month. So that is for broadband only. I will also say that we are not providing TV services, as Mr. Andrew had mentioned as well. So we'll just provide internet only to residents, and then internet and phone service for the commercial service. Now, commercial, that's a different story. We believe in solution-based selling, so I will say we'll be competitive, but we don't just have pricing listed because every commercial business's needs are a little bit different and they vary.
Hookup.
Yeah.
How does it come into your home?
Good question. So it's one single, it looks like a little black cable about this big, and we bring that in. If the current area is overhead, we'll usually bring the drop-in overhead or aerial. If the current subdivision is buried, then we'll bury that line in. You just usually, with our guys will just hand it in just with the little, like not shovel, but I'm thinking digging in the yard. That's what my garden. It's been a long day. I apologize. Yes, yeah, a little spade. It's about 3 inches deep, 3 inches wide. But they'll bring that into the home in just one area, so it's not invasive at all. Usually they can come in the existing area that your current services are coming in, and then we hook up what's called a little ONT. It's a fiber optic terminal. And what that does is transmit that data signal, that light signal into a data signal. And then from that, we hook up a wireless router. That just needs 110 power. So really, we can place it pretty much anywhere in the home. And then the resident can also, if they would like, they can request a hardline connection as well, and we'll hardwire computer for them if they request that.
Okay, thank you. And this is a question more for city staff. So when it comes to the right-of-way, we are limited on who, and this is nothing against Clearwater. This is just an informational question. So we're really limited on who we can tell that they cannot use the right-of-way. So there's not a limit to how many individual or how many companies could be in that right-of-way.
Correct. Access to the right-of-way has been deregulated essentially at the federal level. To the rationale, as I understood it, was to level the playing field for providers from one community to the next, also recognizing it being categorized as an essential service. So Mr. Andrew mentioned there's certain things that can be subject to franchise fees to be in the right-of-way, but services like this, we're limited to regulating how they use the right-of-way and right-of-way permitting, but we cannot exclude them. Or their competitors, so we could see multiples taking on projects like this.
And I've got to be honest, I just glanced at the document. I take it that Clearwater or Clearwave would be liable for any damages to any other utilities that are in that right-of-way if something happens.
I'll let you take that.
And I guess you're bonded to cover that and so on and so
Yes,
forth.
so we will be bonded. We will carry a maintenance bond and a performance bond. I believe that is the request of the city. We are liable if it is at our fault. For instance, something that would not be at our fault is if something is mismarked by Evergy or 811 or whoever the utility provider is, but we deal with that every day, and we usually just work that out with them. So 100%, if it's something that we are at fault, yes, we will make sure that is taken care of. Also, that's the reason that we ask for direct lines of communication with the city. If our guys are out in the field and they see something, they're like, oh, wait a minute, they want to know who they can get a hold of on city staff, somebody from Jim's team. That way we can make sure that we try to avoid any hits, but it does happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Does Clearwave have their own crews, or do they sub out the boring?
Good question. We have a combination of both. So while we do have some crews, I don't think that they'll be building this area necessarily, so we will subcontract those. However, that's just for our laborers. Any foremen, construction managers, anybody else that are on site, that will be on site every single day, are all Clearwave Fiber staff.
What about when everything goes live? Will you have people here full-time?
Yes, I would like to have several people here full-time. Your city is large enough that we are going to need to have several customer service representatives, sales representatives that are here in Salina. Yes. Not to mention our competitor has a nice store here, so we will be doing the same.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any comments or questions from the public?
Ben Winholt, Salina. A few questions to bring me up to speed. I'm not technology guru by any means. So you are piggybacking off of AT&T's main and branch lines to the neighborhoods?
No, we are building our own network. So we will not have any tie-in to AT&T at all.
So you're going to put in your own fiber optic lines in all of the neighborhoods?
Yes, sir.
Basically all the mains and everything?
Yes, within city limits.
Okay, and you said that that you were going to be just burying it 3 inches when you come in?
That is just from the line that is in the right-of-way or easement to the home.
To the home.
Yes.
Okay, and that will be documented then so that when 811 is called, it can be marked? I mean, that will, what I'm getting at is, if we call for all the utility in our yard, basically, and everything is marked from phone to gas to water to sewer to whatever, at 3 inches, if you're going to till your yard up, put in a new lawn, that's not near deep enough, and it will get tore up. So I'm wanting to know, is this going to be able to be marked by 811?
You know, I can't answer that specifically, but I could find out that information for you. Because it is on the homeowner's property, 811 does not mark out somebody's
Yes, they do.
their sprinkler system or
No, not the sprinkler system, but they mark out all the utilities to your
right,
house.
it is a utility, so if 811 did not mark it, then it would be the responsibility of Clearwave to mark it.
Okay, so then you'd have to make 2 phone calls, one to 811 and one to Clearwater.
Possibly.
Clearwave. Thank you.
I can attest that Cox Communications has the same standard. I have a cable in my backyard that's roughly 3-4 inches deep, and that's it.
And, you know, if the resident...
Could you please come to the microphone, because people
I just thought of
can't hear.
something.
Yeah.
Sure. And we're very flexible. So if the resident has they prefer for us to go aerial, and we are able to, 100% we will go aerial. So we'll work with the homeowner the best we can.
And you don't use conduit from the line to the house?
Not typically, no. But if the resident, and I'll say this as well, if the resident has their own conduit for any reason and they allow us to run through that area, then we can do that as well. So if they bury their own and they want us to pull through, then we can pull through. For now, I will just say on the resident's yard themselves, not anywhere
I
else.
think if you pull it in my yard, you're going to use conduit.
Okay.
As Mr. Winholt said.
Great. If you have conduit that you'd allow us to pull, we would be happy to. I'll also mention, we would not take a line to the resident's home unless that resident signed up for service with us. So if they did not want service, then the line would be there basically in the easement on their street, but we are not going to take it to every single resident's home unless they sign up.
So you'll be putting standoff, what's the term, connection port in yards as well?
Some yards, not all. Basically, and I haven't seen the mapping, but it's like every 3 yards, usually there is some kind of what we call a flower pot, or basically just a small handhold. So a small area that's level that goes underground.
Okay, any other comments?
Is the connection into the house also fiber optic? So it's completely fiber optic?
Great question. Yes, it is. Yep, it's all fiber 100% to the home. And like I said, that really sets the city apart on having that availability for the residents. Yes, it's the wave of the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate your time very much.
Yeah, I bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor, I move that we authorize the city manager to sign a right-of-way users agreement with Delta Communications LLC, doing business as Clearwave Fiber, authorizing Clearwave Fiber to install a private fiber optic cable network in the public right-of-way.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion, a second, to authorize the city manager to sign a right-of-way users agreement with Delta Communications LLC, doing business as Clearwave Fiber, authorizing Clearwave Fiber to install a private fiber optic cable network in the public right-of-way. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
That passes 4-1. Okay. That brings us to other business. Does any commissioner have anything they'd like to bring forward? If not, I would have two. One, to ask city staff, do you know where we are on the Schilling groundwater contamination project?
Martha.
Hadn't heard anything about that in a while. I was just kind of curious.
To be honest with you, I have about a half dozen emails that came in today I haven't read yet. But
why don't you update us next week then?
Okay. Design-wise, it's underway, and I can get you more details.
No, I just hadn't heard much on it, so I wasn't sure where they were. And I believe there were some emails that were sent out and in response to some questions that came a couple weeks ago dealing with the tennis courts. Could we address that?
Sure. So the question was statement from Salina Tennis Alliance about their availability, and we had good weather, and they were locked up, and whether they were available. And the short answer is we've yet to issue them a certificate of occupancy, which is kind of the final step for them to have permission to make them available. The detail surrounding that relates to bathrooms, and we went into the project with a commitment that the city would make the building serviceable. And so the approach that we took, recognizing that the main building was not a 12-month-a-year insulated building, we improved the bathrooms in what was the former concession stand, standalone building with heat. So those can be available year-round, and then we started into the restroom work in the main building. As you know, there were conversations that took place with SDA wanting to improve that building further. We've had those conversations on an ongoing basis, so city staff paused our renovation of the bathrooms. And our renovation was going to be admittedly pretty utilitarian, just getting them functional. And so those conversations are ongoing. Salina Tennis Alliance approached the park board, I believe, last week about sponsorship opportunities and additional sponsorships that they have in the works. So what we're doing in the interim is working with them on a temporary certificate of occupancy. Essentially, just practices and regular use can be supported by the bathrooms that are improved and ready, and then the temporary certificate of occupancy would indicate that any organized events, then Salina Tennis Tennis Alliance will be responsible providing additional bathrooms either through renting the TPEC lobby, which they've had conversations with the operators at TPEC about how that might work, or they could rent portable bathrooms. And they're aware of that. We've had those conversations. We're down to finalizing the terms of the TCO and getting it in front of them and getting it executed. So, admittedly, well, a couple weeks ago there was good weather. Now might not be the best time to play tennis, but we're kind of working through the final details. And once we get them a certificate of occupancy, then it'll be available for use. Some of them, as I previously indicated, they've taken the nets off of most of them and left nets on, I believe, 3 courts.
Thank you. Any other things for staff?
I just wanted to add just a little bit to that last statement. A lot of sports equipment is shut down for a season. We don't fill up the pool just because it gets hot in December for a week. So it's expected that certain facilities are, dormant for certain periods of time. But I'm sure if weather, if it stays too warm in the winter, we really have another problem. But, if demand is such that it'd be practical to open them, certainly that can be renegotiated with Salina Tennis.
Yep, they've been very agreeable. They understand the bathroom issue. They're responsive to taking responsibility for that, and we're working out the temporary certificate of occupancy, and then also planning for kind of that longer term plan.
Was the restrooms, when they had events and tournaments at Oakdale Park, was restrooms an issue then?
Well, that's a whole nother conversation, but
Yeah.
we have bathrooms in our parks. We don't necessarily run a fixture count on park bathrooms like we do as the plumbing code requires. We have taken that approach with certain improvements, this being one of them. So, in answering your question, there are bathrooms near the tennis courts at Oakdale. My recollection is there's about 2 fixtures in the men's side compared to about 6 that are being required as part of this project. So there were some, but not to the level that the code currently applies to this project.
Okay, any other business? Okay, that will bring us to Citizens Forum, and as we get started Citizens Forum, every mayor may handle Citizens Forum a little differently. Again, we allow 3 minutes. I will be fairly stringent on that. For the main reason is it's not really fair for me to require someone to have 3 and allow somebody else to have 4 or 5. So just to be aware of that, if you have something, you might want to get to the important part up front. Also, as you come up here, I know that the citizens don't always agree with some of the decisions that the city commission makes, but I hope you keep in mind that not only the city staff, but this commission lives within the city limits of Salina, and we do work on moving Salina forward in a positive manner, and our goal is to better the community. So with that, I will open it up for Citizens Forum.
Ben Reynolds, Salina. Since I'm the one that opened up this can of worms 2 weeks ago on the tennis complex, I'll follow through it. I wish to thank Mr. Schrag for getting back to me and Mr. Longbine for getting back to me and touching base with me at exactly what's going on. As to Commissioner Davis's comment as far as closing things down during the winter, we were led astray when the story came out in 311 that STA said they were opening 3 courts in Salina or in this complex basically during the winter months. So this is what I was basing my question off of, is why weren't those 3 courts available? Because the nets were up, and we were told that the public was going to be able to use those courts during the winter if they wished to desire to brave the elements of the cold. That being said, it's been brought to my attention from pictures that were taken today with the snow that we've had that there is water standing on the concrete surrounding the tennis courts themselves. There is no water on the tennis courts, but everything around it has water standing. Parks and Rec supposedly is aware of this and contacted, and STA says, well, we're just going to squeegee the water off after a rain if somebody wants to come play tennis. That's all fine during the summer, but during the winter when these things aren't being used and you have standing water that gets down into the expansion joints of that concrete and freezes, you're opening up a big problem when that concrete starts cracking. And this could be a maintenance issue, something that more than likely would fall onto the city to have to correct. So this may be something you want to look into before you do this, and hopefully they'll get the bathroom situation taken care of fairly quickly, because according to STA's website, tournaments start the second week of March. So you're going to need to have a plan in place by then for these tournaments to take place. So if STA didn't know what the agreement was with the city as far as their, I'm still calling it a clubhouse, as far as those bathrooms not being done, or wasn't told that they needed an X amount of bathrooms for when you have tournaments to be able to do all the people, I don't know, but this seems to be a problem that needs to be taken care of and done quickly as far as a resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
3 minutes.
Good job. You had 2 seconds to spare.
Yes, I did.
Norman Reynolds, Salina. I've attended over 7 meetings at the Fish and Game Department, and it's about every other month. A lot of issues that are being raised are water, wildlife, wetlands misuse. Also about the Citizens Forum. It's been pushed back and forth before and after the meeting here in Salina. The Fish and Game Department, they have one at the beginning of the meeting so people that show up early, they can leave. They also have a forum at the end of the meeting so people that come late, they can address this issue. My next question, is there a recession in the future? Yes, there is. It's coming. Check your news reports. But we got to get out of here in a hurry because we got to get home to watch a baseball game or a sports event. Commissioner said that. What a government we got.
John Blanchard. First of all, I'd like to say that citizens such as these who come also want to move the city forward. It's not just certain commissioners. I'm up here to ask for clarification on a couple of statements that were made last week at the end of the meeting. Mr. Hoppick, you mentioned that we're not sure if we need all the units right away, and I'm trying to remember what your exact words are, but you had said we need to check back with our stakeholders and employers to make sure that all the employees are still coming and when they're coming. Now, the citizens are under the impression that you had been in contact with these folks all along, that we have to rush and we have to hurry up, and I think your words were because we don't want to build a whole bunch of apartments that end up sitting empty. And then you mentioned that you wanted to help the Chodo build houses or rent houses or do whatever. I would ask that at some point you ask the considerable number of people who invest in properties in town and then rent them out, what you can maybe do to help them, or, you know, there are many different things that you can do. But, and I'll bring it up to you later because I'm sure you will stick to the strict 3-minute rule. So just as an announcement, upcoming pretty soon is going to be restarting the Amazing Ex-Mayor show. So there is no 3-minute limit, and so we can rebut then all of the comments that you made. Now, Commissioner Longbine, Lene Meyer and Chad Farber had mentioned that they were interested in the change in the form of government. And I appreciate that you, I think, are on the same side as them. But one of the comments that you made was that that is by petition, and that if the citizens want that change, they have to start by petitioning the government. That's not really true. It does have to go to a referendum, but this city commission can vote by a simple majority, 3-2 by resolution, to have that placed on the ballot. So I know 2 of you are favorable to that happening, and so I think there's going to be considerable pressure brought to bear on the other 3 of you to see what your opinions are and why, and see if you'll do it. Mr. Lankwitz, you've been asked several times to provide the NAACP with responses to the questionnaire. I hope that you will respond to it.
Those questions are in the forum. It doesn't seem to make sense to me to reiterate what I stated in a forum in writing when it's already been said.
Well,
Thank
then
you.
I will just appreciate Commissioner Longbine and all the other people who took the time to fill out that questionnaire. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Okay, with that, I would accept a motion to adjourn.
Move adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We are adjourned.